Good morning, everybody. I invite you to take your seat so that we can kick off the final conference of our Ruralization project. I would like to thank you all for being here with us, and I would like to thank also our online participants who are following the conference via web streaming. And I can invite already our project officer, Arianna Pasa, Ruralization Policy Officer. She's Research Program Officer at the European Commission, DG Agriculture and Rural Development in the Research and Innovation Unit, and she works with research in rural areas and with the mission Soil Dear for Europe. So I will leave Arianna make her introductory speech, and then we will have a presentation from our coordinator, Professor Willem Cortes-Altes from Delft University of Technology, where he's a full professor in land development.
Thank you very much, and good morning. I'm policy officer, but you have also a project officer. She couldn't be here today, but I think you could appreciate her work along the life of the project. So I send the greetings from Ivana Oceano. So thank you very much for having me here, and it is a pleasure to open officers, as I said, but I have inherited this task only a couple of years ago, so I cannot take any credits for the success of this project. But I'm glad to see that in the audience you have the person who wrote the topic at the time, which is Alexia Ruby. She's there. And I have to say that I went back to read the topic last night to see if the project indeed achieved what we had planned at the time. And I can tell you that by reading the dense topic text, I could recognize in each line an activity that Ruralization did in these years. So it was a real pleasure to follow the implementation of this project and to give you just some example of what I could recognize. We asked at the time to do a foresight analysis, and you developed the Rural Trends Cards, which is an amazing tool for policymakers at the different levels to be used in an easy way. So this is also what I appreciate about this project, that the way you communicated the results is excellent, and it doesn't happen to all the projects because research is complex. It deals with the complex things, with the complexity of the world, and it's not always easy for a non-expert audience to understand the results of the research. But in the case of Ruralization, I have to say that you made this effort, and you made it easy for people who are not experts, but to understand what you achieved. Another example that I wanted to give is the work you did on Rural Dreams. Already to do an analysis on the young people dreams, I think it was a very smart idea to also from a communication point of view. And I think it explained to us that the different young people in different parts of Europe may have the same dreams and may dream about the same lifestyle. And guess what? There are some that want to live in rural areas. So we should support those people who want to go back or stay in rural areas by providing services, by providing opportunities, by creating jobs, by providing funds and housing. How important is to also have access to an accommodation or a place where to stay. So let me tell a last aspect that I appreciated by this project, and I could have a long list, but I have only 5 minutes, so I'll finish with this aspect. I think at the time Alexia anticipated really well something that is now very high in the research agenda, and is the access to land and the way we manage land. In particular, under Horizon Europe, we now have a mission which is called the Soil Deal for Europe, and we launched yesterday a manifesto that is open for signature, so I invite you to sign this manifesto, which is a manifesto to call for sustainable land management practices. And the work that you did in ruralization, creating an handbook for local authorities that can enable sustainable land management practices, that can support young people to have, or newcomers to have access to land, I think is an amazing work that can be used by the different local authorities across Europe. So I'm also happy that you decided to organize the final conference in this building, because this is the Committee of the Region building, so it is the body of the European Union that better voice the local and regional authorities. So I really think it is the right place to have together the different governmental level, from the European, the national one, the regional one, and the very local one. So with this, I conclude by saying that ruralization is really a good example of how research and innovation can provide evidence for better policy making at the different level. So thank you very much, and I wish you a very fruitful meeting.
Thank you, Adriana. It's my honor now to set up this and say something about the project. I think there's a presentation somewhere. Marlene? I cannot see it, so I hope it's there somewhere. The idea is that the project has been set up, as you indicated, with the idea of promoting rural regeneration. Next slide, please. Today we are going, after this introduction, we are going to first hear some of our team to present some of key results. Then we discuss it, and then we will, in the next debate session, the policy framework. So some of you will be there, and also that will be discussed after the coffee break. We will have a workshop session, and then after the workshop and the lunch, we will discuss rural tales with young farmers and new entrants and entrepreneurs. And a round table, and then we are coming to conclusions from great witnesses and the closure of the conference. This project is, the ruralization perspective was based on the idea that there's now many rural areas face a negative spiral of decline and aging, and the idea is by providing more opportunities for new generations, we could flip this spiral. And that's of course not everywhere at once, but in certain regions you can start, and we are looking at this foresight analysis, what Adriana already indicated, but also like promising practices. We did quite a lot of research on how new promising practices developed, and we try to get confronted with other situations, try to look whether we can bring that further. Access to land was of course mentioned, and policy development like this handbook was already mentioned. Next slide. So this is everything I said, it was there. Also the communication and dissemination, that everything was clearly. I think that's most of the projects, and we did it with a partner of 18 partners from 12 countries, which mentioned here. And that's, I think, my contribution, because we have a little bit over time, so I think I do it quick. And then I give the floor to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ariana and Willem, for your introduction and this opening of our conference. I would like to invite now our speakers of the first session, the Rural Changemaker sessions, to come to join us on the floor. So I will briefly introduce you. We will have for the first presentation Professor Maura Farrell, who is Associate Professor in Geography at the University of Galway, and Louise Ware, who is member of the Geography Department at the University of Galway. Then we will have Professor Silvia Silvini and Professor Anna Maria Vitale. They are both Associated Professor in Sociology of Environment and Territory at the University of Calabria. And then for the last presentation, we will have Titus Banner and Hans Albrecht Wieler and Annika Salinger from Kulturland, who will make the presentation of the last presentation. So just some logistic information. We will have a debate session. You will be able to activate your microphone at the end of the 3 presentations, but please just do not do it now, otherwise we will deactivate the microphone of our speaker. So, Maura?
Yes.
The floor is yours.
I think I've turned on here, am I?
Yeah.
Maybe not. Yes. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for having me here. And I'm delighted. I suppose I hate to say I'm delighted to come to the end of a project because it was a super project. So we're not delighted to come to the end of it, but it's great to be here. And it's great to have come to the end of a very successful project. And I'm presenting this morning on behalf of my colleague, Aisling Murtagh, who had a lovely baby a few weeks ago, so she's not going to be with us, and my colleague, Louise Weir, both of whom have done a huge amount of work in relation to the Ruralisation project. So I suppose my job this morning is to look at that conceptual framework that we worked on via the Ruralisation project, and that's what I'm going to take you on a small little journey through how rural decline can bring itself forward to rural regeneration, and how we can use a conceptual framework in order to do that. So I'm going to take a little bit of a journey in relation to that. And I suppose following on from what William talked about already, this idea of ruralisation really was a project that really was to generate new knowledge to support this idea of moving away from decline, moving away from this negative spiral of decline and creating a much more positive spiral of new opportunities. And these new opportunities were very much focused on new generations. And we use different perspectives to do that. And the Futures Foresight, as Ariana and William talked about, this idea of accessing trends to identify opportunities and looking at rural youth. And we also looked at all of the promising practices that can facilitate this change in this new generations, these newcomers, these new entrants to farming, successors and access to land, people who are engaged in that. So I suppose in doing that, we started at this start point that William already showed, this idea of ruralisation being a circular motion of bringing new people into rural areas, creating opportunities for the new people, and by doing that, creating an economic activity in a rural area. And I suppose for us, in building a conceptual framework, this was our start point. And what we wanted to do is we wanted to see, is there concepts, is there a theoretical framework that will help us do this, help us achieve ruralisation? And what we started with a process of rural regeneration, and this regeneration could lead us to generational renewal. And we felt that in order to us enable to do this, we felt that rural innovation and capital resources were part of that conceptual framework. We also felt that resilience could enable communities, I suppose, to continue this circular cycle of renewal within rural areas. So we had a fundamental or a foundation idea of regeneration, and regeneration can respond very much to decline in rural areas. But then we felt that there was additional concepts such as innovation, which would help us overcome decline and solve problems and issues. And we also felt that a capital framework, these 7 capital frameworks that I'll talk about in a few minutes, they are really resources that can be used to harness opportunities in rural areas. We also felt that it was important to have a resilient community, and a resilient community that would really ensure an upward cycle of regeneration within a community. And I suppose in looking at these, we started very much with this idea of a foundational concept. And for us, the foundational concept was regeneration. Where would we get regeneration within a rural area, particularly a rural area that was declining in some way or other? So rural decline really creates the need for rural regeneration in many communities. And we see decline in population, we see decline in economic decline, we see decline most specifically at the moment in rural environmental decline. And rural regeneration can really focus interventions that address this problem of decline. And many authors before us have looked at this idea of rural regeneration. And rural regeneration can enable a transformation within a rural community. It can allow places to reach their potential, and it can also reverse decline. And in many respects, what it can do is it can create a process of transition that will enable a much more positive process of revitalisation. And in doing this, we can remake or transform an area that is already in decline. What did we learn from using this concept? I always feel that we need to know what we learned from using this idea of rural regeneration. And we learned in many respects through the work that we did to recognise the complexity of addressing decline. You cannot just address decline in a very simple way. It does take a complex scenario. And otherwise, if you don't do that, if you don't look at the challenge a little bit more complex, it can be quite simply focused upon. And in doing that, it can be quite one-dimensional. We also suggested or looked to see that rural regeneration needs to be locally rooted. You need to harness the local resources that you have in order to overcome the decline that's felt in that area. We also felt that using rural regeneration, you need to focus on interlinkages. So focusing on single resources can be a mistake. So it can be a mistake to focus on the outside of a community, or just the economics of a community, or just the youth instead of the elderly, or the elderly instead of the youth. So this multi-dimensional focus is really important when we're looking at rural regeneration. We also felt that we need to avoid being prescriptive. Regeneration involves flexibility, and flexibility in communities. So avoiding prescriptive kind of solutions is very important. We also felt that we must aim for a catalyst effect. So regeneration is ideally integrated, and you get strategies that really may target one problem. But in targeting one problem, we can influence many more. And I suppose harnessing the power of collaboration is also very, very important. Right across Europe at the moment, we're talking about this idea of the multi-actor approach. And within rural regeneration, we need this multi-actor approach in order to overcome decline. Assisting and helping this idea of rural regeneration, we also had a guiding concept of innovation. And rural innovation can talk about new products, it can talk about technological innovations, and these aid economic productivity and growth. But we also need much more when it comes to innovation. We need much more than new products. We need much more than technological innovations. We need innovative processes. We need attitudinal innovations. We need social and ecological innovations as well. And these really can be central to a rural regeneration within a community or an area. The lessons that we learned from this is we need to change the narrative. We need to realise, first of all, that rural innovation can go recognised in rural areas. So we do have rural innovation, but it does face challenges. We need to understand how rural innovation is realised. We need to form networks in order to unlock rural innovation. So we need to create the conditions for networks to happen within rural areas. So I suppose we also learned that the importance of a sustainable relationship with natural resources. Natural resources are embedded in rural communities, so it's hugely important that we use those resources for development within rural contexts. We also make sure that when we're using this idea of rural innovation, that we don't overlook what seems every day in a rural setting. You know, sometimes we look towards contributing to solving problems and mistakes by having a huge innovative idea in rural areas. And sometimes the everyday innovations can improve rural decline hugely. Innovation is also needed to be transferred to new places. So when problem solvings or problems persist in rural areas, we can look to new solutions. However, innovation is very transferable, and sometimes we can use innovations that are happening in other areas for the areas of decline that we need to work with or that we live in. Another concept that we used was this idea of capital frameworks. And capital frameworks have 7 key capitals within rural areas. Everything from the built capital to the social capital to the human capital. And these all intersect and they influence each other. So I suppose the importance of different types of capitals is to see them as resources or assets within rural areas. Cultural capital can be a real asset for a rural area, but so can the connections that we make while we have social capital within a rural area. One of the key learnings that we found via this idea of a capital frameworks is this idea of spiralling up. So spiralling up links to this notion that success in building one capital. So if we build social capital within a community, we can often build an economic capital. If we have cultural capital, we can often build a built capital within a community. And this makes it easier for success to happen. Decline often happens in a rural area when you have a loss of jobs, then you have a loss of a population, then you have a decline in capital income. This leads to this downward spiral. An upward spiral can often be using these or having these community capitals, these capital frameworks. So we're building social capital outside the expertise and bringing them together. We're involving youth, we're involving communities, we're involving entrepreneurship. You create a cultural capital and you create a scenario where money can engage within this community. In doing this, you have an upward spiral within a community where community capitals come together to create an upward spiral and in many respects, I suppose, move away from this idea of decline. Resilience was our last concept that we focused on within ruralisation. And in many respects, resilient rural communities are better prepared to adapt. And resilience is often thought about within this idea of the environment, this idea of adapting to change or adapting to a disaster. Communities can also have resilience and they can adapt to change as well. And resilience as a process can often be viewed as I suppose, a process of dynamic change. And within ruralisation, we viewed resilience as both a metaphor and a process. And in a process, we saw ruralisation and the resilient concept under the ideas of adaptability and transformation. And I suppose in many respects, when we got out on the ground and we looked at promising practices, this idea of resilience, it really helped us to explain the promising practices that were out there. It also helped us to explain how we can facilitate new generations or how some rural areas perform better than others. So we were able to understand this by looking at this idea of resilience. By using resilience as a metaphor, it also provided us with ways to think about and raise questions about the dynamics of change within a rural area and how some areas perform better than others. And I suppose one of our learnings from this was to avoid decline, rural areas must adapt and they must respond to change. And resilience is a key concept within that. Again, our learnings from this idea of resilience is that there's no quick fix here. Building community resilience, it will not be a quick fix. It's not a short-term kind of thing. We need to make sure that it has a lasting positive spiral of new opportunities. And building capacity, we also felt that improving the ability of rural actors, I suppose, to respond proactively and reactively can also, I suppose, face this idea of decline and overcome it. We also felt that resilience could really focus you on a step forward outcome. And this was something that resonated quite well with me in relation to rural communities. System changes within rural areas, things that we try to change in rural areas. In order to overcome decline, we don't just need to bounce back. We need to bounce forward. So we need to not just go back to what we were. We need to go forward. So we need to consider as well both the everyday and the exceptional. So resilience can be driven to see that the everyday is very important, the exceptional is very important, but we must consider both. We also, in using resilience, consider the extent of our gaze. It's always hugely important to look backwards. Look at the legacy, look at the paths, look at the dependencies, but also look forward. Look at the future opportunities and where those are bringing us. Resilience also showed that there's an achievable goal or constant ambition when we're looking at rural areas. And if resilience is seen to be achievable, its maintenance is hugely important, or else we can revert back to that cycle of decline. So finally, the lessons that we learned in developing this conceptual framework for ruralisation, and I suppose the ruralisation conceptual guidelines, they really proposed that this conceptual process of ruralisation depends very much on regeneration, and regeneration to generate new opportunities. And central to this for us was this range of capitals, innovation, as well as being underpinned by resilience. And underpinning ruralisation is the idea that generational renewal and rural regeneration can go hand in hand. And ruralisation is all about turning the negative spiral of decline into a positive spiral of new opportunities. All of us here seen those new opportunities via the actions that we carried out on the ground. So for regeneration, it's important to bounce forward rather than to bounce back from rural decline. And innovation provides a really important platform in order to bounce forward. So to tackle rural decline, generational renewal emerges as a real central idea and central area of achieving regeneration. New generations, rural youth, successors, new entrants to farming, all of these are key to rural regeneration and renewal. So I suppose that was our conceptual framework, and that's what we built within the ruralisation project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maura, for summarising so well the key lessons we have learned in these 4 years of project. I would like to invite now Silvia and Anna Maria to illustrate the promising practices on new rural change makers.
Here, okay. Presentation will focus on these 3 figures: newcomers, successors, and new entrants into farming. We will see how they are generating what is called a new rurality, and we will suggest some intervention. This is the map of the case studies. We carried out 30 case studies. It is available on the project site. You can click and download the report for each case studies. So, who they are? Rural newcomers, people who choose to live and work in rural areas. There can be migrant, second home owners. They can be also people who are searching to change their lifestyle. Successors are people who inherited the farm, and new entrants are people who just are starting a new existence in farm. They have a different identity, different interests, different motivation to stay in rural areas. Anyway, they are creating these new ruralities. We will see the main findings of the case studies. First, we found important openness to social and technological innovations, whether stemming from education or from world views. It means that these actors are able to bring together different cultures of innovation: social, relational, cultural, and technological. Then we found an important presence of regenerative farming, that is biodynamic, permaculture, agroecological agriculture. Environmental considerations appear to be related both to ethical worldviews and to high levels of education. Also, we found a strong presence of multifunctional farms where farmers and also citizens sometimes, so volunteers, are engaged in recovering traditional seed and breeds, then biodiversity, in direct processing of food, on-site and online sales, especially are marketing through short supply chains. Of course, these kind of activities are more generative of connection. Gender still is an issue, but anyway, we are findings show that female participation is much more stronger in multifunctional farms. Collaborative and cooperation. Cooperation can be collaborative. People is collaborating on specific goals, or more structured in collective, for example, collective farms, where citizens, consumers, farmers are shareholders, that is, are owners. Of course, they produce a lot of connection, urban, rural, but also in the place, community connections, and they are producing a new forms of governance, bottom-up governance among different actors. It means that this kind of more democratic governance is much more flexible, much open to the other actors and agency. These figures are producing a new image of rurality, and they are taking voice by organizing festival, cultural organization, and yes, I think they are taking voice. We will learn. Okay, Silvia will.
Okay, so this new imaginary is building a new rurality. So what emerged from the case studies and on the wall works that we've made on the promising practice are some idea of possible intervention to support this new rurality. First of all, what emerges is that there is a need of multidimensional, intersectoral and integrated intervention. Enabling territorial innovation are also relevant. These innovations are linked to a broader and more systemic frameworks of resources and actors. So, in order to favor the establishment of newcomers, new entrants and farm successors, it is necessary to act at a different level along a pathway that includes awareness of the opportunities, education and training, access to information and support to enter into a farm or start a new business. As Anna Maria said before, public events, farm visit, festival, workshop, and so artistic residence, all these things are tools useful to build a new imaginary. Similar action may contribute to create a public space of debate on rural regeneration and rural job and facilitate the emergence of common interest. Furthermore, may also enhance awareness on the opportunities that are in rural areas and may favor the establishment of new entrants and newcomers. This action could be either promoted by single farm, as we found in the case of the Polish Artistica farm, or can be promoted by local cities and rural newcomer, as we found in the Dutch case of the Cultural Festival, or can be promoted by local association, as in the case we study in Italy of the Association Casa delle Agricolture. But this action, this cultural action, may also be promoted by more established wide networks, as in the case of the Finland Association for Rural Profession, which includes university, vocational school, union farmer, forest owners, municipality, banks, and enterprises. The association organizes a farm visit and public events, and as underlined by one of our respondents, these activities are useful to show, I quote, that these rural professions are really one choice among others, both to youth and to adults. Then there is a need of integration in formal educational curricula of the new sustainable agricultural approach, such as those related to organic farming, multifunctionality and agroecology. There is a need of an interdisciplinary education that shows the role that the new sustainable agriculture can have in promoting social and territorial development. Paradigmatic is the French case of the Agricultural School of Coutances, which adopted this innovative educational approach, and where there also is a center for apprentices and an adult education center. In this way, the school has the ability to catalyze change, attracting students and potential farmers. Then we found farm incubators, specifically oriented towards new entrants into agriculture and to multifunctional and regenerative farming. This should be supported. We have found some cases in France and in the UK. In the farm incubators, experienced farmers share knowledge and infrastructure with new entrants, helping them to set up their own farms. From the study, what emerges is that the farm incubator should provide free and flexible training opportunities, facilitate access to land, and offer to new entrants ongoing support and mentoring, as this can improve their business success. Then we finding information on available opportunity in rural areas, on land available, on available housing, and also on training opportunities can be a very difficult challenge. So it would be necessary to invest in information, learning and sharing center to support newcomers, new entrants, and farm successors. This also implies supporting peer-to-peer learning, knowledge center, advisory network, and resource database. As we have seen, multifunctional farms involve the use of different skills and favor also female participation. Many different services can be offered by a multifunctional farm: tourism, education, and so environmental service, and so on. So there are many possible avenues that can be supported, such as organic farming, short food chains, environmental and social service, agroecology, and so on. At local level, food policies are useful to systematize actors and resources. In this framework, the promotion of food public procurement system may support local organic farmers, contributing in the meanwhile to raise awareness on local and healthy food consumption. Local institutions may also support access to the land, as in the paradigmatic case of the city of Hamburg that leases the old farmhouses and the agricultural land for setting up a multifunctional organic farming operated on more than 400 hectares, involving 230 employees plus 40 seasonal workers. But many other cases we found and are in the handbook, and Alice after will say something on that. Finally, in relation to the interventions of the CAP, they interview both being a farm successor or new entrants. They are often critically of the policy bureaucracy and the payment after the investment. They also underlined that the interventions are not sufficiently targeted for small farmers, organic farmers, and collective collaborative models that Anna Maria said before. In this last case, moreover, salaried farmers and farms managed by associations, cities and NGO with a legal trading status do not have access to CAP measure, as pointed out by some interview of French cooperatives that have a scope and chic status. Statistical data on new entrants and on rural newcomers are not available. So in the future, this data should be collected. In conclusion, rural newcomers and local people returning or remaining in rural area to be farmer by making alternative choices are breathing new life into the localities. Although this choice may appear utopian or crazy to some, the diffusion of a collective perspective is contributing to rural regeneration and generational renewal in rural areas. As stated by one of our interviews, if you dream alone, it's only a dream. If more people dream, it's a reality that's begun.
Thank you very much, Anna Maria and Silvia, for sharing with us the findings of the work, the extensive work that has been done with the case studies on promising practices. We pass now to the last session, which is on the good practice guide for newcomers and new entrants into farming. We have the Kulturland team. Kulturland is the German partner in the Access to Land Network. And we have Titus Banner, who is co-founder, board member, managing director of Kulturland. Hans Albrecht Wieler, who is research assistant and who works also with the German Rural Co-working Network. And Annika Salinger, who is geographer and facilitator working with Kulturland and other NGOs. So.
Thank you very much. Yes, so one of the tasks we had to work on was what Adriana Passa mentioned, the communication of results. You heard about some of the results right now. There were a lot of promising practices, a lot of case studies, types of action we found out about, and we thought this is interesting to a target group that we might call non-experts, but we might also see them as experts as they are practitioners, as they are people working on the ground, starting to get something going. So these are the people who are the change makers, and they are probably not scientific experts, but they are a very important target group, and we were handling the issue of how to have the results communicated to these people, how to make them understandable, interesting, useful. And the solution we came up with was a website and a PDF guide, which is the so-called Good Practice Guide. And when we thought about how to present the Good Practice Guide here, we assumed there would be a stage and we could have a little role play. And I would be talking, and my colleague Hans would just come on stage and be searching for information. So now we're seated here, but still we'll somehow be in our roles. And so I wanted to... where do I have to point? This way around? Okay. So this is what you see when you basically open the website. I will later show you the address. And you, like Hans, might be someone moving to the countryside.
Let's say I'm Hans. And I'm still Hans, but I'm from Berlin. You know, from Berlin, I'm like 48, and I want to move to the countryside. Now, I've got a faint idea that I want to open a bakery or something like that. But here I am, and I don't know what to do. So I come to you, and you help me, hopefully.
I will try, as there's a lot of information online and somewhere else, and we tried to gather the information we have from our research and make it accessible for you. And as I said, we have 30 promising practices, 30 case studies, type of action, much more. And I know when you want to move somewhere, there's so much to do. There's so many new things. I can't assume you read 100 pages.
That's right.
You won't have the time. So we have to find out what is the most relevant information for you. And I would invite you to see our website. And I want to ask you 2 questions so I can somehow deliver or suggest suitable information to you. And the first question would be, what's your profile? So are you a newcomer moving to a rural area? Or are you a new entrant into farming? So are you starting an agricultural enterprise? Or are you a successor? Will you take over a family farm?
No, definitely very interesting in farming, but I won't get involved in it.
So you're a newcomer, mainly moving there to live there and see how you can make a living.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would select newcomer, and I have another question for you, which is, where will you move to? Is it a kind of urban area, a totally rural, maybe remote area, or is it more intermediate?
No, if I move out of Berlin, I really want to go on the countryside. It should be really rural.
Okay, so more like a village.
Yes.
Okay, so I would then click on, you go to a predominantly rural area, and then in the background we would have our little filtering algorithm, filtering all the information we have, and we would have a suggestion for you consisting of case studies, types of action, and some inspirations. And you could still have a look at the titles. We would have some previews for you, and you can just click and select what you want. We would also have another page, which we skip right here, that integrates the capital theory, which you recently introduced. So we have a nice little illustration, some colorful information, something maybe to fill out or print a blank and then think about it later. And we would then invite you to download your PDF guide, which is in a way personalized. So out of 90 pages, we have condensed a bit for you.
All right, thank you.
You can read that later. You can print it. You can maybe share with the friends, the people you want to live with, and see what you can make out of the resources. And we actually hope that also you see it a bit here. We have some colorful, playful layout also in the PDF. The website is a bit like a gamification-like thing. So we hope you also enjoy getting the information. Yes.
All right.
That's basically
Thank you very much.
what I invite you to do. And by this, I will hand it over.
Okay, thanks, my dear colleagues. Are you helped?
Yes.
Motivated.
I'm actually there already.
You look a bit confused still, but this will change until tonight, when you've read our 30 pages summary. Okay, great. So now we've got a little impression what the idea is and the good practice guide for newcomers and new entrants. And we talked yesterday in our assembly a bit more about how to disseminate it. And we try to use social media, etc. So, but this is coming after the project, and everyone, of course, is invited. That's an open resource to share this in your networks and share this in your community, and see how it can be fruitful. Just to summarize what we've been doing in this task. We tried to valorize the case studies and all this treasure of experiences that we've researched for young generations and practitioners, to make it really hands-on resources out of the scientific box. And so we also had some special proofreading by a native English speaker who was not a scientist and also not a rural development expert, because inside the box you have a different wording, of course. So we tried really to tailor it to every day and everybody's use. Right. The contents you see here, basically our resources, the practical, some inspiring information, inspiring texts also. There are some extra texts giving a frame for what we've been doing and researching. And Right. We, as Kulturland, had the lead, and Consulta Europa helped us with the layout, with a very creative work. Okay, it's a website. It will be a standalone website also, and it can be related to by your websites also. And the gamification, Annika already mentioned it. You have like a user journey if you enter into it, and it's like a road that you are progressing step by step in your choices of resources. You get a personalized PDF guide at the end, and also for those who want to skip the whole sort of selection process, we have the offer to download just the whole PDF with all the resources, but that's, I think, 130 pages or something.
Just 100.
Only 100. Okay, so in 2 days you can read it anyway, but you can abbreviate it when you go through the selection process. Okay, that's what we've did. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Just for you to know that we have some copies of the Good Practice Guide printed in the other room where we will have also the rural tales, so you can profit. Hans, we have reserved one for you.
Thank you for the presentation. It's now time for a discussion. Are there any questions or comments? It's always difficult. Are there online questions and comments?
Yes, there are 2 questions. One say, you mentioned women and female participation. Did you draw a conclusion on how to support women? And then another question is, newcomers and new entrants are young people only?
They are both, I think, quite conceptual. Or is it I can give answers, but the last question is no. Newcomers and new entrants can be older than 30 or so. I mean, they are not there. Sometimes they are second career. They have been accountants in the city and think there's more in life, and they want to do something else. That's also part of the newcomers. So it's not only about, but we are not looking at retiring people, where people maybe there is something that they want to do some economic activity there. So that is important in new entrants always, because you start a farm, that is an economic activity. But for newcomers also, it's not like living in the countryside and having a good time without producing something. So that's the second question. The first question was, I think, more related. Yeah.
Okay. Women. From case studies, the suggestion is that usually to be in farm for women is no more a destiny as wife or daughter. Actually, I would say that when they come to the farm, they choose to also to make activities much more innovative. For example, maybe could seem traditional roles. For example, education or campus for young people. But actually, I think they are much more opening space of autonomy inside the farm. So what is necessary is to support multifunctional farming, because there women can produce their own space.
Just another point that what emerges is also that working on the narrative of agriculture, that means it's another idea of agriculture, another way to farm, may also increase the number of female. We found in Italy, for example, where they say it's difficult for a woman to decide to start farming. But all the work that we have done, all the events, all the debate showing that farming is not an old label or something that is not considered socially, could also help to increase the idea in the young female they can enter in farming, and as they can find some new space, new roles inside it.
Also, I suppose we came across quite a lot of diversification in relation to gender and women seem to be much more interested in diversifying farms. And again, I suppose as we moved through the project and the case studies, we started to realise that access to land is a considerable issue, and it's much more of an issue for women within having access to land than men. And I suppose for women to either diversify a farm or consider an alternative farming industry or even an off-farm industry, access to land was a real issue. So gender persistently came up within the project on many occasions, right throughout I suppose, our conceptual framework, but also right throughout the case studies. Louise says one next.
Just one last point. When we looked at newcomers for ruralisation, it wasn't only just about agriculture, it was the broader rural, and one case study was remote working. And gender came very to the fore in that, where women had the opportunity to work from home, and that's a really great space, and it added to the resilience of communities where we saw families moving back to the rural, where they had the opportunity to work within the rural environment.
Thank you. Other questions? Comments? Yes, Alex.
First, congratulations on all the work, and it's really nice to come to the end and see everything that has been achieved, and also how you have put it nicely into something playful. And yeah, I really like the guide, and I think it's also potential inspiration for the rural revitalization platform on which we are working. I just had a silly comment for the algorithm, because we saw that Hans picked that he wanted to be a rural newcomer, and then you have the proposal to go to a predominantly urban area as a choice. I think that's for the new entrants into farming who want to farm in an urban set. But maybe in the algorithm you need to disable that proposal in the case of the first thing. So it's just a detail, really, but it struck me. But congratulations. Yeah.
Thank you for the congratulations. Other comments, other aspects, other online? We can move on, because then we are more time-wise. It's a good idea. So thank you all, and we have a new setup. Please, I invite the new speakers.
Good. So we enter already the second section, which is about policy framework, where we will learn about the results of our project on local policies, new policies at regional levels, and on the CAP. So I would like to invite already our first speakers for the first presentation on local authorities making farmland work for rural regeneration. We have in this case Alice Martin Prevel, who is local authority officer at Erdelian, which is another member of the Access to Land Network, and Nora Maristani, who is project officer for ruralization at the Network for Conservation of Nature in Catalonia, Xarxa para la Conservación de la Natura. I hope I said it well. Great. So the floor is yours.
Well, first of all, thank you very much to everyone for coming. As Mara said, we're very happy that we're here, but we're also sad that this project came to an end. Today, Alice and I were going to present to you the handbook for local authorities that we conducted, so that we could put all the knowledge and all the tools that the Ruralization project has come up with, so we can translate them to the policy sphere and help local authorities at their local level be able to create, implement, and monitor policy regarding these issues. ¿Cómo pasó? Oh, thank you. Sorry. Well, first of all, I'm going to give you a tiny bit of context on the land situation in Europe, but I'm sure most of you know about it. But yeah, just across Europe, we see similar trends where mostly land markets are marginalizing for small farms in Europe, given, well, a few characteristics that I'm going to talk about now. First of all, there's a huge amount of land concentration. 3% of the farms that are considered large, which are over 100 hectares, own in total 91 million hectares of land, which equates more or less to half of the land in Europe, and that's only 3% of the farms, while 75% of the farms that are considered smaller, which are less than 10 hectares, own only 11% of land in Europe. So you can see the disparity between small farms and the amount of small farms and the small amount of large farms and the amount of land that they represent. There's also a high degree of land degradation in Europe. 45% of soil in Europe is degraded to some degree with a very small amount of organic matter content, and that is, well, obviously very negative for the production of crops, which greatly decreases the yield and makes it creates higher pressure to more fertile soil, which then creates a lot of competition to get those lands. And then we also have rising prices that are a consequence of very rapid and opaque land transactions that consequently the land, when it goes to sale, with these opaque transactions, the land goes to the highest bidder without being able to be put in the public. So then there's also a lot of land fragmentation, where a lot of farmers are not able to have big areas of land. And then we're going to talk about why we chose to focus on the local authorities level. First of all, well, they are the greatest witness of the changes in their own lands, in their food and ecological systems. They are the ones that know most what's going on in their own municipalities and their own areas, and then they are the ones that have the most power to act on those areas. They also face dual pressures to act. This pressure comes from the citizens that demand changes at their local level that arise from needs that they feel in their own context, and the pressure also comes from the top, from either their national context or even the EU. But then at the same time, local authorities can also exert pressure on their national governments and even at the EU level. So it's they have this duality to act. Then local authorities can also use land, their own lands, or land that is owned by private owners, but in their municipalities, they can use this land as catalyzers to enact change for local development. This being social development or increasing their local resilience to outside change, or creating sustainable transitions, both social transitions as well, but also ecological and environmental transitions. And then finally, local authorities very often have a wide array of levers that they can use to create change and to act. But yeah, as I said, a lot of times they're not aware that they have these levers. So we're going to use the handbook that we developed to make them see that they have a lot of possibilities to act and to create change. I'm just going to quickly show you the final result. This is like the landing page of our handbook. We use the Gitbook tool, which is an online tool, like a website, a very interactive website. where we put all the content into different sections. And then on the right-hand side, sorry, on the left side, you see the table of content and all the different sections. We wrote a manifesto on why it is important for local authorities to act on land, how it is beneficial for them specifically as administrations, but also for the citizens that live in their own municipalities. And then we divided the three different ways in which local authorities can act to enact this change. Well, Alice will provide more details, but we thought that local authorities could act as landowners by using their own land for the public good. They could also act as facilitators of local land dynamics, and finally act as regulators by creating and implementing policy. And then we have a section on practical resources for practitioners and, for local authorities to get started, because we found that a lot of local authorities wanted to get started, but they didn't know how to start acting on these issues regarding land. And then we have a table of all the case studies that we've used to enrich and provide proof that local authorities can act, and that there's been very successful cases. And then here you have the URL to access the handbook. It's also a handbook that is free of access, and if you Google also local authorities making farmland work for the public good, you can also find it there. And then Alice is going to keep going.
Thanks a lot, Nora, and maybe you want this. Before I go on to explain a bit more those different roles of local authorities, it's also a handbook that a lot of the Access to Land Network partners were involved in creating, and I guess we are more and more being asked by local authorities to be supporting them, counseling them on their local food and land policies. So this is as much maybe a result of our observations on the field from working with them as it is from the investigation that we've done through the Ruralization project, which allowed us to formalize a little bit these observations. So as Nora already introduced, working as a landowner is the idea of using public land responsibly to provide environmental services, food, etc. Acting as a facilitator is the idea that as central actors in their communities, local authorities have this power to convene actors and to organize a local dialogue on land. And acting as a regulator is the idea of using the tools that are available, of course, in your national legal framework, which can vary from country to country, to improve land systems locally. So in Europe, we are seeing worrying trends of selling off of public land. In the UK, it's over half of county farms that have been sold off in the past 40 years. That's 80,000 hectares, if I remember well. In Belgium, right here, we have social welfare centers who are also selling off the land that they own to be able to provide their social services. So we really need to shift the perspective here and the dynamic and think that land is actually a worthy object of investment for local authorities. And we have some very interesting examples in the handbook of pioneering local authorities who are making partnerships with land agencies, and I'm really glad to see the DAFOR here, because to be able to identify strategic land for purchase, for instance, land above water catchment areas where you might want to have organic farming, so then you don't have pollution in the water and depollution cost for the local authority. There are also local authorities who are helping working with land agencies to bank the land temporarily, meaning when the farm comes up for sale, purchase it, but then find a suitable person to cede it back to. So that's a good way to put new entrants to help new entrants enter farming by allowing them to have a little bit more time to gather the funds, finalize their project, and ceding the land back to them. So that's one of the ways that they can act. Of course, the investment needs to be based on concerted database strategies, and these strategies need to take into account what it is to be a public landowner. And this is a learning for a lot of local authorities. If you have a tenant farmer and they have a leaky roof on the barn, and you're waiting until the next municipal council to decide whether you can fix the barn roof or not, well, it's going to be a problem for your tenants. So you need to create system within the local authorities to make these decisions, to have responsiveness, and to have better temporality of action that works with the realities of farming. We have the very good example of this, the county farm strategy created by the Cornwall County in the UK, and their strategy, that was a very participative, interesting, database strategy, includes also ideas to be working with the tenant farmers, working on crop rotation with them, working on soil health, ecological management of the farm. And of course, this is an area of policy that a lot of local authorities have abandoned. They don't have a dedicated officer on farming, so it's a tall task. And of course, you need to share with other local authorities, with landowning organizations like those of the Access to Land Network, who have this knowledge of what it is to be a responsible landowner to make this work progress. Access to information, as Nora introduced, we have a rather untransparent land markets in the EU, and we find that at local level, at least you can make a change for that. We are seeing burgeoning land observatories in different regions, different areas of France. How can you act on farm succession if you don't know which are the farms that are going to be transferred in the next few years? So there are people now who are going and gathering data and trying to make also this data more accessible to regular citizens and to the new entrants that come and knock on the door of the municipal councils. So this is an important area of work, and sharing this data with more people to break the lock that there is around the land market is an important thing. So this shared land governance is something that can be triggered by this convening power of local authorities that we just introduced. We have a very interesting case in the handbook that's quite well known at the EU level of the municipality of Montsartou, and they're doing a very good job of articulating this owner and facilitator role. They own a municipal farm that they're using to provide vegetables for the school canteen. And they're also using this farm to do comprehensive education programs for the school kids who are every year spending a week on the farm, learning about the soil, learning about the environment. So that's the raise awareness part. You need to educate young people, consumers, to support this multifunctional local farming. I think they've also educated a lot of local authorities. They've had over 200 local authorities visit the farm from France and Europe. So comprehensive awareness raising from their part. And then again, using your central position in the community to connect actors. Once you have the data, once you know where the retiring farmers are, connecting them with the new entrants, we have examples of local authorities that go even further and become brokers of the relationship between the new entrants and the retiring farmers, providing template contracts, providing support, creating forums for them to meet and better know each other and the challenges of each other. Finally, acting as a regulator, of course, what comes to mind is land planning, which is a prerogative of many local authorities in different countries, and really we need to shift the perspective on planning there too. Farmland is not just the next empty space to develop your urban project. Farmland actually needs to be integrated in your planning strategies, and I'm really glad to know that the soil initiatives is also going to be working on better land planning and soil plan and integrating the soil in land planning, because it's really an asset, farmland in a city, for instance. Or preserving these open green spaces, you can be increasing the sponge effect of the city in case of flooding, to prevent flooding risk. You, of course, augment the carbon storing in the city and the quality of the air that is tied to it, providing, of course, spaces for citizens to access green space. So. We developed these different things in the handbook, and we really need to. We had a very interesting event last month in Brussels where we had a workshop about agroecological urbanism. So we talked about different models to do this. Also, in terms of how they can intervene in land markets, this highly depends on national context, but we have examples in the handbook of local authorities using regulatory procedures to reclaim abandoned land, to consolidate land plots. These are very direct interventions that they can do. There is also indirect, more incitative ways that they can act by, for instance, taxing land development more and redirecting this money to help agriculture deliver public goods. And finally, I think that's a pretty bold stance, but we dared making the stance that local authorities, because they pioneer these practices, because they see the obstacles that the national regulatory frameworks are causing, they can advocate for a change of laws. They can use the institutional channels and platforms that they have to improve the national frameworks. We had this event with about 70 people, lots of local authorities last week in Brussels, and it was amazing to see that the political courage and motivation of these people, because it's not a very voter-friendly area of work for local authority. It's going to take, for local authorities, it's going to take a lot of time to see results on the ground when you start embarking in this kind of work. So one of the big lessons that we have is that you have to have resilience, using a concept of ruralization. Allow yourself the time to see the results. Also allow yourself to fail as a local authority and try other avenues. And of course, it would be really nice to see local authorities having super comprehensive land strategies with the 3 roles, owner, facilitator, regulator. But one of the big messages of the handbook is that that's not necessarily where you will get initially, but the important thing is to start somewhere. And even designating someone in your municipal council to be the person responsible for the relationship with the tenants on public farm is a way to act. Even just providing a room to a group of citizens who want to work on land is a way to get started. So you can make change with low means, and land is not the problem. Land is the solution, it's the systemic lever to create jobs, to create positive externalities environmentally, to have local food. So yeah, we can decide today to sell off our public farms, or we can decide to keep them for these long-term regenerative results that we all want to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nora and Alice, for your presentation, and also for the work that you have done, not only in funding those practices, but also reaching local authorities. I think we have been successful in communicating already some of the results, and there is, of course, still work to do, but we got a first step. So we have now the next presentation on new policy at regional level to fulfill rural dreams, and we have for this presentation Professor Tuomas Kumonen from University of Turku, who is Research Director at the Finland Future Research Center. Welcome, Tuomas.
Good morning from the Finnish delegation to the Ruralization project. Let's see how it works. It doesn't work, okay? So I just want to show that we have done quite some work. A small recap before going to the policy conclusions. We have made an inventory of the future dreams of the young people aged between 18 and 30 years. We have 2,208 dreams regarding the dream, livelihood, accommodation, lifestyle, and obstacles for the dream. We have identified 1,560 trends across Europe that include some promise for positive rural futures. And as the report is 350 pages, we have tried to make it easier for you to access and made the 60 trend cards. We have organized 20 futures workshops on the 20 different types of regions across Europe in 10 countries to find measures to benefit from the trends and to make the dreams come true. And that's the work we've done as part of our foresight activities. And now we want to enter to the policy domain. We have made an internal survey for the experts of our consortium to ask what's the outlook after all this data we have from the regions. And then we still made 97 interviews for the stakeholders in the 20 different types of regions. And then we tried to say something clever about the policy measures. So all in all, we got 23,837 responses from almost 3,000 people. I have read all of them. I have categorized all of them. I won't present you a list of 33,000 items to be handled, and that was quite a job. It asked a lot of Italian red wine. Just to have a look how the trend cards are looking, so that's the easy way to access the opportunities. I think in our research we have had this opportunity approach. There are many opportunities, like the dreams to be responded to make come true. Also the trends, which include many promises for the different types of rural areas. And that's the way to come to the policy conclusions. One of the main findings regarding the trends was that, well, many foresight organizations and futures research organizations provide lists of megatrends. The public discussion is much around the megatrends, but when we assessed the incidence of the trends, the most promising trends for the rural areas were the weak signals and part of the trends, but not the megatrends. So if you plan to start a policy design exercise, it would be wise to look at the weak signals and the trends and forget most part of the megatrends like urbanization, globalization, and that kind of stuff. Regarding the dreams, like with the trends, there is no silver bullet. There is no one trend you can lean on and build on if you want to have a successful rural development policy. The same with the dreams. There is no one dream of the young people. And I think the most important factor which affected on the content of the dream was the destiny of the dream. So there were young people who were dreaming about the city areas, rural areas close to city, rural villages, remote rural areas, and the content of the dream was different in all cases. Just to give you an idea of the young people who are dreaming about the rural areas close to city, in the livelihood recipe they had quite often some basic jobs. Short travel to work was important, not place-bound work was important. In the accommodation, no neighbors close, That's important. The city should be there for the jobs and for the services and for the alcohol, but the neighbors far away. Water should be nearby, and it should be at the countryside. That's important. So these people don't have many requirements for the contents or the attributes of the work, but it should be at the countryside in your own peace. Garden, animals, green environment, space. And you can find more detailed lists of the profiles of the regions in our reports if you want to study more closely. Then, of course, the important or the tricky question. We have a lot of opportunities to offer. They are quite easy to identify, but as our internal surveys say, they are quite hard to exploit. That's the hard part of the work. So we made these kind of causal maps with our 97 stakeholders. We put the problem in the center of the circle, asking why is it so difficult. Then we got some first obvious reasons, of course, 3, 4, 5. And when we had these causes, we made more why questions. Like, well, if I have in the center the problem that I have no money, I ask why. Because I have a horse. Why do I have a horse? Because I have a wife. Why do I have a wife? Well, sex and that thing, you know. So that's the root cause. And well, it's the root cause, I think, for quite a lot of things. And that's one of the key findings of the whole project, I think. And we have used quite a lot of money for it. Okay, that's the way to do it. That's called a causal map. That's the method. If we look at the root causes of the difficulty of exploiting the obvious opportunities, they are partly the same between the different types of areas and partly different. Like in the city areas, the lack of concerted action was the most commonly mentioned root cause in the maps. So it's not about communality, having a beer together. It's not the cooperation. It's the way of acting together towards a specified and shared goal. That's the concerted action. And that was lacking. That was the most common root cause for the problems in exploiting the opportunities, more or less in all types of areas. Lack of resources, of course, it was one of the main causes, one of the main root causes in many areas. Lack of vision, especially in the more rural part of the continuum, unprogressive politics, and lack of courage and deviant behavior. If you want to change something, you should have change makers. And if you look at the difference between the kind of, well, now becomes the final truth. Okay, again, problem with the text. But if we still take a higher level of abstraction, we can categorize the root causes into 7 categories. We can say that there's a collaboration problem, there's a communication problem, there's a diversity problem, there's an envisioning problem, policy problem, resource problem, and urban dominance problem. And now when you look at the distribution of the causes between the obvious causes and the root causes, of course, the resource problem dominates. That's the most commonly mentioned problem or root cause and obvious cause in the stakeholder interviews. But if you compare the kind of distribution, you observe that the resource problem as a root cause is not that big as it is as an obvious cause. So if you go to the stakeholders in your policy design process, they most probably say that, well, we don't have the resources, we don't have the money, we don't have the knowledge, we don't have the infrastructure and so on. But actually, if you go deeper in the causal texture underlying these obvious causes, you find that part of the resource problem is actually a diversity problem, a collaboration problem, an envisioning problem. There's no vision to work on. and maybe also urban dominance problem. So that's the way to work with the root causes, to go a bit deeper. And the other, of course, if you look at the number of the connections and try to develop a solution for the problem with some policy measure, giving resources, giving some money, well, that doesn't solve much, because you should address more or less all these 7 types of causes and problems at the same time to get the root cause away, because otherwise you just cure the obvious cause. That's tricky. Finally, the conclusions. As I said, the resource problems, of course, dominates, but it's partly caused by the underlying diversity, collaboration, envisioning problems. So if you look at more carefully, by focusing on these types of activities, you could address part or take away part of the resource problem. So maybe it would be nice to start with inspiring and engaging visions. For me, working with futures research, it was quite shocking to look at the results of the 20 regional futures workshops, where envisioning was hardly mentioned at all. So there were all the common problems and measures that we all know, but the future was lacking. And if you think about rural regeneration, it's all targeted to the future. If you don't have a vision, you just use your money for something, maybe more of the same as before, but you have no actual target. Quite many policy programs have quite broad objectives, so it's quite easy that, well, we improve the productivity and we improve the environment, but that's not a vision. It's not engaging people to a specific kind of action, and it doesn't inspire anyone. You should maybe involve young people in the processes. That was quite often mentioned during the whole project, I think, and also in the Foresight activities. Well, the young people bring the deviant behavior. We need to change something. And involving them, it's really important. Creating incentives for the deviant behavior, whether it's small, local, novel, niche, experimental, anything. Again, the regeneration approach needs, like evolution, needs diversity to work on. And it should be one of the key elements of any policy program having the target related to rural regeneration. Organized, objective-driven, concerted action, so no cooperation, no communality, but concerted action. So at least in some occasion, it's looking like you just throw money in the air and look who will take the catch, and then something happens in one point, an investment over there, a development project over there, but no concerted action. So maybe a more systemic approach to rural development, something like transition management. If you put that in the Google, you will find one approach to do many of the things that we have found in the Foresight activities and in the policy work package to work on. And finally, if you can't fall asleep, that's the way to find some assistance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for the presentation and for coordinating the work on the trends and on the rural dreams, which shed some light on futures and give ideas for opportunities. So we have now the presentation on the CAP potential to promote generational renewal in rural areas. And we have a presentation from Robert Shipczynski from University of Wrocław, assistant researcher in the Institute of Geography and Regional Development, and Sylwia Doblasz from University of Wrocław as well, who is associated professor in the Institute of Geography and Regional Development.
Thank you very much. So I will be presenting, but so my name is here on the slide. but of course it's a collaborative work, so Sylwia Dozbłaś as well as, in fact, a number of members of our consortium who contributed to the task. So that's I would just be the representative here. So one of the tasks in our project was to assess the CAP strategic plans of member states, and this is crucial, on their ability to promote generational renewal. So, of course, CAP is very broad, and each CAP strategic plan is similarly broad in its targets. And given the focus on our project, we decided to focus to pick part of some parts of the CAP plans and to have a look at them. So one consequence is that we are proposing some directions of policy, but of course they are based on the analysis of one aspect of the influence of CAP on generational renewal. So we have looked at CAP plans, but also assessed the EU framework for CAP plans. Of course, the objective of both of these assessments was to identify possibilities for improvement, and then finally communicate and disseminate it. We have already done a bit on that. There was a lunchtime debate here, not here in the European Commission, and a webinar for policymakers. We have already disseminated and discussed, in fact, the results, because a key issue here is that, especially academic researchers, such as, well, I'm one of them, there is a gap, which might be a larger gap or a smaller gap, but still it is there between our insight into policy and the insights of the practitioners. So we want to contribute to your work, but of course we are not able to be fully aware of the details of administrative work. So that's why we want to discuss it. We have discussed this with policymakers and other stakeholders. So the part of the CAP plans that we focused on was the specific objective 7. Each strategic plan has to refer to the specific objectives stipulated by the regulation on how CAP plans are prepared. So this is the objective number 7, letter G, to attract and sustain young farmers and new farmers, and facilitate sustainable business development in rural areas. However, given the key role of access to land in generational renewal and rural regeneration, we also had a look on the ways in which land was perceived in not only in the interventions of the plans, but also in the justification in the identification of needs and justification for support. So it's a more qualitative analysis here, a qualitative content analysis of, because depending on how you define the problem and identify your needs, the interventions will be one way, well, towards one way or another. So we also engaged in this qualitative analysis of how the problem is perceived in the first place. And in order to be able to assess the plans, of course, we had to have a look on the definitions of new and young farmers, right? So who is it that can make use of those interventions or measures? So we had 11 national teams from the consortium doing the analysis of their national CAP plans, but also we had a look at the EU framework, which regulates how the CAP strategic plans are prepared. And therein, we looked at the common criteria for how young and new farmers are defined, because there is a general framework for the definitions, and then national plans make the definitions a bit more, can have a space to make the definitions a bit more concrete. We had a look at what interventions are available for supporting new and young farmers, what indicators are used as well for specific objective 7, SO7, this is the shortcut for specific objective 7. Again, justification for support, and optionally, national teams were encouraged to have a look at the observation letters and responses from national authorities, which is basically the process of consulting the preparation of national CAP plans between a country and the Commission. This was optional and used more as a way to help or encourage national stakeholders to engage in their national policy processes as well. So the two assessment parts are the plans and the EU framework, and then the third thing is, of course, how to identify improvement possibilities at both levels, so in the plans of specific plans and in the EU framework. And this was done in a co-creative manner. So basically, the national teams conducted either interviews or workshops with stakeholders from their national levels, policymakers, but also NGO representatives, civil society, farmers association representatives, researchers as well. During those, the assessment of the plan performed by the team was briefly presented as a starting point for the discussion. Optionally, assessments from other countries could be used as inputs into the discussion, and this is crucial here. Then we had a look at all the 11, all the results of the 11 co-creation processes, and identified recurring possibilities for improvement. So the premise here is that if there are many similar conclusions from the national plans, then probably there is something with the EU framework that could be improved. Not necessarily, but it points towards the direction of the EU framework. And moreover, the stakeholders were encouraged also to suggest direct improvements of the EU framework. 11 plans have been assessed. This is because our consortium looks like, so 12 countries except for the UK. In roughly half of them, the analysis began when the plans were still being drafted. So the 6 teams had a look at the draft initial versions and then the approved plan, which allowed some insights into the changes, how generational renewal approach was changed in the process. So here this is the list of the countries. There is much, of course, there's many results here, but given our aim here today to talk about recommendations, I will focus on the final part, on the objective of the task, which are the possibilities for improvement. And we categorize those recurring multiple suggestions for improvement into 10 points. The first one is basically a conceptual approach to policy making, and it is quite strongly connected to the previous presentations and the role of trends and weak signals in stimulating change. The points 2, 3, and 4 are related to specific groups which we analyze in the project, so new farmers, non-farming rural newcomers, successors. Young farmers are not here. I will explain why, but of course we also dealt with them primarily. Points 5 and 6 are related to access to land, how it can be leveraged in order to support the generational renewal. 7 was quite strong, very often repeated, and is related to environmental sustainability. And points 8 to 10 about the education and the governance approach. So I will briefly discuss those 10 points. First, it was already hinted at, trends and weak signals, of course, can be used to the benefit of rural regeneration. However, it is true that the CAP plans are focusing on maintaining the status quo. So basically looking at the mega trends, trying to adapt to what's going on, but as much as possible to maintain the vision of agriculture as a conventional agriculture, basically. So industrial growth-oriented and capital-intensive farming, which is seen as a profitable business, which of course in itself is understandable, but nonetheless it does tend to push the costs of such model onto the society, one aspect of which is the demographical decline. And the environment, of course, and we know the agriculture is a major driver of transgressing the so-called planetary boundaries, so pushing the Earth system out of its balance, which is, of course, crucial for our civilization to go on. So there is a need to recognize resilience. It's not, doesn't seem to be really recognized in the CAP plans, in the SWOT analysis, justification for support. And one interview put it, there's a fear of big changes. So we want to, of course, gradually adapt. Yes, we understand the climate change or biodiversity loss, nitrogen, phosphorus. Yes, but let's do it step by step. It is understandable, but on the other hand, we know that the megatrends are very, they are dangerous for rural areas, so we have to be a bit more courageous. And policymakers are here in a very difficult position because, especially when you plan for remote rural areas, the chart here to the right shows a phenomenon which we found in our assessment of trends. Basically, mega trends are more, well, they have more negative impacts than positive impacts, but to the lower scale that you go, so trends and weak signals, the relation is opposite. So weak signals have much more positive, promising impacts on rural areas, and the further you are from the city. So for remote rural areas, it's especially difficult because you have to look for solutions which are not really verified yet, for which you don't have much evidence, and we need evidence-based policies. But we need also to take a radical step, right, towards sustainable agricultural models, resilience, and development paradigms, in fact. So I tried to summarize this in a blog post. Here is the link on our blog. The challenge ahead for rural areas, how to pick the right weak signals. But it's also a similar illustration of the trends being more risky for remote rural areas. To the left, there are rural areas close to cities, in fact, within functional urban areas, so within the sphere of influence of a city. To the right are remote rural areas, and you can see that the trends shift to the upper right corner, which represents trends that have many positive impacts, but also have many possible negative impacts. So you are in a more risky position when you are planning for remote areas. And you probably have to be more courageous and we also as a society have to allow policymakers to fail, because if you are in such a position, you have to make a big step. You don't have much evidence still because weak signals are still in the early development phase. So probably there's a need to be more ready to fail sometimes. But there are models, there are alternative models such as agroecology, for instance, but also the socioeconomic models like donut economy here on the upper left corner, which do guide us into a direction. It's just they are often radically different from the conventional status quo. In order to support such decisions, the bold steps, I also refer you to our rural trends. This is the website where you can see some of the trends in a convenient form. Second, moving to the specific groups of rural change makers, most national CAP plans, half of those that we analyzed do not even define a new farmer. It's not obligatory. And if they do provide a definition, they are incoherent. So sometimes a new farmer has to be older than 40 years old, because in all of the plans, young farmers are the age limit is set at 40 years old. And the definitions of young farmers are coherent in general with the framework definition, but the new farmers are either not defined or defined in different ways, which is not only a terminological issue. It also goes into the fact. It also contributes to the fact that there are no that many measures for new farmers who are not young. Of course, there are, but clearly there's a focus on young farmers, and it's understandable. But we have seen from the case studies that new entrants into farming who are not young also contribute to rural regeneration and thus create conditions for generational renewal. There are many possibilities here. Some stakeholders considered if shifting the age limit of young farmers to 45 years old would be beneficial, but it seems that there is a need for a more coherent framework also for new farmers who are not young to be supported in the entry into farming. And then there are also newcomers who are not entering farming, who are moving to rural areas, like Hans wanted to open a bakery. And they are also, of course, relevant for farming because especially when they work in sectors around farming, so food processing, marketing, short food supply chains, etc. Also, of course, business startups are there. The support for business startups is possible technically, but countries do not seem to use this mechanism as much as it could to support, to really encourage non-farming newcomers to move to rural areas and to establish their businesses there. And then there are successors. So both research and our insights from the project showed there's a gap between when a successor is ready to take over the farm and when the owner, the parent, for instance, is able to give the farm over to the successor. Roughly 10 to 15 years, depends, of course, on the case, also on the demographic changes. It's going to be probably more now than in the past. And this might press many of the potential successors to look for opportunities outside the farming sector. So there's a need to look at the succession as a process, not as a point where the farm is passed, just also to take care of successors before the moment of succession. For instance, by creating a scheme which allows them more easily to work on other farms, to gain experience there, not to escape to other sectors in the meantime. Then 2 points on access to land. Of course, it's essential for any agricultural activity, but also non-farming activities. And many plans are very clear that it is a key barrier for generational renewal. Nonetheless, the measures which are available and used mostly relate to supporting the demand side. So basically helping people to purchase or rent land, which, however, also the literature shows, is contributing to the increase of the prices, of course, of both buying or renting land. And there are possible, and the general principle that should balance the supply on the demand side is support on the demand side, is support on the supply side. So national, local, regional governments who own land have been mentioned, especially local authorities who can use land to help new entrants in 3 minutes to set up a farm. Also, other instruments such as land banks could be one of the approaches at the supply side. And there are also many of the instruments within already available which do limit the capitalization of land. Here is a list from one of the recent papers: redistributive payments, degressivity capping, shifts between the pillars, so to the pillar 2. They all have an indirect relevance for reducing the increases in prices and thus allowing easier access to land. But connected to this is also probably a quite common critique of the area-based payments and their role in both limiting access to land and in inefficient use of the CAP funds. So we also, on the basis of our work, we also suggest that for instance, shifting funds from Pillar 1 to Pillar 2 within the framework of specific Objective 7 is one possibility, but also to support a diversity of farmers. So, as Anna Maria and Sylvia earlier explained, so far it seems from let's say, a narrative of a farmer who benefits from the CAP is quite often a single owner of a farm, farm manager, who is a businessman, usually a man, profit-oriented, very proficient in how to run a business, which is of course not bad in itself. But if the narrative around CAP shifted to other actors who could be also encouraged and just to whom a message could be sent that you can be farmers as well, migrants, collective farmers, women, etc. It could help to drive this cultural change and help other types of farmers who adopt also often different practices to enter into farming. And so one suggestion here with a question mark also, if there's a way to support not only the farm managers but also agricultural laborers who of course are the ones who live in the rural areas, and many of them who have the center of their life there, they contribute to, of course, rural regeneration. And yet another one is the issue of a minimum area which is eligible for support. So instead of excluding the really micro farms lower than 1 hectare, the policy could try to encourage them to shift to still maybe a small farm, a couple of hectares, a dozen or so, but not just subsistence farms, like especially in the eastern part of the EU, they are more common, but to farms which are also relevant for the community, but still provide subsistence. 7 is only the 7th point, but it was very clear that there are sustainability measures in the CAP, but they could be also linked with the support for generational renewal. Many of the newcomers, new entrants that we studied were interested in agroecological permacultural practices. And the moment when they set up a farm is a key moment, because if you establish a farm which is run conventionally, it's much more difficult. It's a path dependency. It's more difficult later on to shift to other farming approaches. Then education, interestingly, was both mentioned in the plans as a strength, as a weakness. That's because it's available, but the content and the quality and the timing of education is relevant as well. So a couple of suggestions have been that, of course, education facilities which are teaching permacultural agroecological practices are relatively few, and they are not, well, let's say they are grassroots usually, not really supported. And then the knowledge, especially when you shift to agroecological farming, should be updated throughout the career as well. So a measure which could not only specify that once you get your diploma, you have the competencies, of course you do, but could also encourage updating the knowledge throughout your career. Then a focus from financial measures, which are the key measures of CAP, to broader measures as well, such as related to social integration, embeddedness of farms in local areas, networking, even psychological support. We see, for instance, in France, very disturbing rates of psychological difficulties of farmers. And, but not only because of that, there's also a broader phenomenon here which is related to how financial remuneration of behavioral changes, for instance, paying for ecosystem services, can lead to rebound effects and path dependency. Basically, if you provide payments and payments only for securing ecosystem services, and then you either lower them or you eliminate them, it often ends up in the farmer or a person losing their motivation to care for the natural environment around them. It might seem strange, but there is empirical data for this. And however, there are ways in which instruments can be made better to prevent those effects. So if they are equitable, inclusive, and allow for autonomous decisions as well, not just forcing a particular behavior, and if they are framed in a way that is not only about paying for something, but is also a value in itself, then this phenomenon is not as frequent. And finally, the governance issues, especially simplification, this has been brought up very often, and transparency. So CAP plans, especially by the non-conventional farmers, are seen as very, very difficult to navigate through. But also simplicity and transparency is a mechanism which allows civil society to participate in the process of agricultural policy making, which of course is not the case because CAP plans have a couple of hundred of pages, and as one person said, people who have lives would not sit in the free time and read it from in its totality, but a simplification and transparency could help in also preventing the national governments, which is sometimes the case, to use the agricultural policy as a means for buying votes, simply. And I will leave you with this 5 key takeaways. Although maybe they are not as precise as you would like them to be, there are the 5 messages which are recognize trends and weak signals and address them with the boldness which is necessary, adapt measures to those specific groups, help in access to land, but focus on farms and people, not just hectares, link measures even for young family farmers to sustainability, and ensure the good governance, education and other soft measures. Thank you, and I'm leaving the sources as well.
Thank you very much, Robert, for your presentation. I think we still have some minutes for questions from the floor. Please.
Hello, good morning, everyone, and thanks for your input and insights. I would like to ask something maybe quite complex, I don't know, but I was wondering through the policy framework presentation if during the implementation phase of the project did you encounter some problems and problematic related to the sub-level governance environment, namely the link between the EU policy level and the local authorities and municipalities policy level, which, in my opinion, should be empowered in order to tackle the urban dominance and also to supply with the toolbox needed to the local stakeholders to be more autonomous and take more initiatives on the rural regeneration. And yeah, that's my question: how to cope with that? Thanks.
I think it's a difficult level to grapple with when you're local authorities to see how the EU regulation directly impact your work. But one of the examples that a lot of people here will know would be, for instance, the EU regulation on public markets. When you want to do sustainable procurement of food, a lot of local authorities are afraid. I'm very glad to see Clay here that's doing amazing work on this. They're afraid that they will infringe the public market regulation by putting in their public market that they want local food, etc. So I know the criteria allows for sustainability, but they need to be more transparent, more easy to use for local authorities. So that's like one example of the way it can directly impact local authorities. But your question was larger, and I don't have an answer. I mean, for the more global picture on how to better link those levels.
Maybe I could go on. During the research process related to the foresight activities, we went to the 20 regions in 10 countries. There were many local policymakers, people from the regional local administration, and we presented the trends and the dreams for them and asked, well, what to do. And the responses, what we got, they were not really trivial. There were facilities, marketing, education, this type of stuff. And it was only when we still once went there and asking the root causes, making the causal maps, that we got the vision. Well, that we lacked the vision, and we got cooperation between the municipalities, this type of thing. So it asks, it is there and it is recognized, but it is not the first thing to come into your mind with the stakeholders if you go and ask what to do. But the municipality cooperation was one of the which was much more highly ranked in the last stage of the research than it was in the beginning. And that's certainly needed.
Is there any other question? We do not have a question online, so yes, please, Alexia.
Yes, just a question we have a lot at the moment as well in our own thinking. So you analyzed specific objective 7 on generation renewal. I mean, it makes sense for the project. But how do you see, without a full analysis of, we have another specific objective on promoting rural jobs and growth. It's the specific objective 8, where instruments like community-led local development, leader, smart villages, which is a new kid on the block, I would say, and you know, support to infrastructure, etc. So how did this come up in your interviews, or how do you see the link between these two things? So supporting things that are for rural communities overall, you know, in connection with the support to generation renewal. We feel they need schools and doctors and things like that as well, and their families as well, to decide to set up, and equally for rural newcomers. So how do you see this operating?
Yes, thank you. It did come up. So one issue is that countries basically are very diverse in how many interventions they use within SO7 to tackle the issue of generational renewal. So it ranges from 2, the 2 basic ones, so the support for young farmers and the for the setting up of farms, to 19. So there are countries which are using very indirect ways to support generational renewal, and of course I mean, I'm not claiming that if something is not in specific objective 7, it cannot contribute to generational renewal. It surely can, and but because of the methodological approaches, we just stick with the SO7. One way probably would be to see and go more into detail to how countries differ in using different interventions in SO7. So why is it so that that it's such a range that I think only one plan used only 2 interventions, the 2 default ones, and others used up to 19. But yeah, with the data that we have analyzed, I cannot go much more into detail, so I'm sorry for that.
If there are no other questions, then I would invite you all to get a coffee just here at the exit of the room. And we convene again back at 11:45 for our workshop, where you will be all expected to actively participate in the formulation of recommendations, policy recommendations, and practical recommendations. Many thanks to all our speakers for these first 2 sessions. Good morning, everybody. I hope you had your coffee, your pain au chocolat, your croissant, whatever, and that you get restored, because we need you with full energy for this workshop. So the easy part of the conference has already taken place. Now we need you to help us shaping policies and recommendations based on all the insights that we have provided you with during the morning. So I would kindly ask everybody to take a seat, except for the facilitators, so that we can distribute you your cards. And I will explain you how the workshop will work. So you will be given a card now with a role for you. So for 1 hour we would like you to forget who you are and take the hat of another person who could be local authorities, a policy, EU policy maker, a service provider in a rural area, or it could be an established farmer or an established rural entrepreneurs, or it could be one of our change makers, a newcomer, a new entrance into farming, or a successor. So you will be asked to think as if you were any of these actors. And we have 6 facilitators who represent different type of rural areas. We have rural areas close to cities, we have rural villages, and we have remote rural areas. So maybe, facilitator, you can already show the poster. Great. So your card has a color which is associated to any of these area. Yeah? So you will be asked, now that you received the card, to go with your facilitator, and each area has already identified in the poster the obstacles that we have identified as a result of our work, and a rural dream. So what ideally people would like to, the type of life they would like to achieve in this type of area, and the obstacles that possibly are hampering this rural dream to become a reality. And you are asked to provide recommendations to overcome these obstacles and make these rural dreams become a reality. Yeah? So we will work individually. For my facilitator are very well instructed and obedient. So we will have an individual work of 20 minutes. So you will go with your facilitator and for 20 minutes discuss jointly how to overcome the obstacles, if there are any other obstacles, and concrete recommendations. And then you will have to join the other group, your mirror group of the same area, and share your recommendations and your proposal. This is how policy making is done. So it will happen by compromise and understanding all the positions that are on the table, and then we will share the recommendations in a plenary session. So do you all have received your card? Okay, if your card is the same role as you have in life, you are free to change it with your... Yes. So we will have 3 groups here. The groups who are staying here are from Bodisjar, the orange. Then we have the rural village with Thomas Green. Then we have again the rural area... no, here is... Who else?
Village.
Willem, okay, with the rural village in green. And then outside we have 2 rural areas close to a city with Marjolaine and Kim. And Louise. She's there. She is remote. You see already the obstacle. Great. So let's start working. Please bring your pen. You have pen within your bag of ruralization. If you don't, we grant you another bag. Great. Good work. Change makers, I need to stop you for this part. So you should join your group. I think Thomas' group is going outside with Willem. So you can share your concern with your role and what you have produced so far. And you have still 20 minutes to discuss with your peers about your proposal and negotiate to have those approved and presented at the plenary session. Yeah? good morning again. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No? And why is it not working? Can you hear me now? No. Come on. Willem, is that switch it on maybe? Let me try. Can you hear me now? Yes, wonderful. Okay, how are you? Any crisis of identity due to the role you have been assigned with? You are all fine? No need for psychological support. Great. Then, thank you very much for your contribution. All the groups have worked really well. So we will now share in a plenary session the result. Our facilitators, our heroes of today, you will have 8 minutes each of you to share what is really the conclusion of each group. So I would propose to start from the rural village. They were the first one. They work faster. Let's see if the speed has given results as well. Please, go ahead.
I think we have to join forces first. We join all our objects. My mic must work, but I was a little bit far away from it because I wanted to talk with Thomas. Is it working now? But the idea is that we first go our obstacles, and then we come to our joint conclusions. And obstacles, I mentioned a selection of them, and then Thomas mentions a selection of them. And we had some issues, of course, that our established farmer, say, new ways of working, new technologies. I don't have someone to get my farm to after my retirement. We have the idea of course, you have this EU models, but how you apply for that, and the EU thinks, I have a nice program and nobody is applying for it, so nothing is happening. Of course, we had all kinds of actions where no local social support was, all kinds of obstacles in logistics, in tenders, in getting the right internet connection in the rural areas. So this rural dream was that you have a local paradigm where all things come together. That is it. But also for some newcomers, there's nothing happening here. I'm going for this local dream, this rural dream, this dream of a rural village. But it's dull, it's nothing happening, and I don't get in there, and I don't get transportation services. The health services are lacking. There are also different visions about what is the right development. That's somewhere else. That how can I get access to land for some people, as mentioned. And, of course, there is the local shopkeeper thinks, yeah, everybody's going to the big supermarket, and my role, if I close, then there's no shop anymore, and they don't underestimate the effects of this has for this rural village atmosphere. So, and yeah, that is, and also the transport infrastructure issues about we don't want to have everybody going with private transport, but the public transport is not that good. So, and of course, this is, I think, main of the obstacles mentioned.
Okay, if I continue, I was blessed with a group who was really talented in inventing the obstacles, real pessimists. So I have also a long list. Like the civil servants lack competencies, they are stuck in the 1980s. Organization of public procurement is tricky because of the lack of the farmers, lack of the competencies. If you want to start as a farmer in our village, it's difficult to get external experience on other farms, for example, first. We lack public services and attractions. There are quite few farmers left in the village anymore, and if somebody comes there as a farmer, there's a risk of conflicts with local people. Access to land is tricky. Getting fresh products from the farmers is tricky. Well, that's part of the public procurement problem. There are no other farmers around, so collaboration is difficult. There are many owners of the land, so if you would like to buy or rent a piece of land, getting to know the people who owns it, making the contact is difficult. There are lack of resources to implement local development. The social fabric lacks opportunities for networking. Attracting investments is difficult, so that's the reason for the pure services and lack of connections. Sylvia, who was the local administrator, found it difficult to involve young people. They didn't like her, or there was some other reason to find out their motivation or encourage them. How to keep contact with the returning people, so the young people who have left the village, if they could come back. Well, that's the 1 million invention of landing strips. They are lacking. Lack of collaboration to attract, for example, leader funding. Lack of knowledge, what are the needs? So we unfortunately don't know what are the needs. We have some money, but we don't know what to do with it. And the internet connectivity, so that the young people in the village wouldn't feel completely isolated if there was the internet. So it's important. Shall I go to the solutions?
Yes.
Okay. So that was the tricky part. So first, the needs. So we would start with the needs. If we had money, if we had the people, we would like to know what are the real needs. Then we would organize some sort of a collaborative approach to address the needs and the problems, also with the neighboring municipalities. We would map the land assets and maybe also other resources and organize the asset and resource management in a really smart way as it goes. We would identify the community leaders and change makers and empower them. That's the way to make the change. If somebody for some strange reason would come to our village from the city, she or he would like to see some cultural activities, not the same ones as in the city, but still something, except for cooking illegal alcohol. So we need some amenities. And we also need to organize the landing strips. So the welcoming policies, if somebody for some reason comes, where to find the services, where to find the empty houses, where to find the land, and we need to organize the landing strips. One of the solutions for the collaboration problem is to organize annual fair, not just drink beer, but to invent the needs, to organize the collaboration, to find the solutions. And if it's done annually, people get used to it, and it would be a nice way to organize quite many things in our village to get them work well. And also we need incentives for participation. For example, in the local action groups, maybe you come there once, and when you see the stack of paper, you don't come anymore. You need some rewards, prizes like we had yesterday, cloudberry liquor for the best ones. And the incentives are also important to remember when you try to organize the collaboration. That's our solutions for the rural villages.
Thomas took my solutions as well, because we talked together. One important thing we also mentioned, but we in discussion, we all willing to find solutions together. It worked very smoothly. We were on time, but in fact you need someone who is facilitating this process, because that is often lacking. How to get those people who are not getting that together, and one of the things is that's therefore when we say this urgency of having a fair of something which has a date where people want to get together may help to get something going, and also help to get this new activities going, and also to make that was one of the things we mentioned, and we didn't mention specifically, but the rest we took it all. Thank you.
Can I ask if there are any general observation with respect to your specific area? There was some comment, other general comment? No.
General, of course, the idea that such a rural village must be a community where things interact, and that makes it very specific in that in not all rural villages work that way, and that is this ambition, this dream of this rural village may not will be everywhere in all rural villages the case. So, and if you want to make this rural village that way, it may also change in the rural village. Not only you live there in this rural village, but this dream is also about the rural village that may not be exist in the rural village you move to.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. Great. Thank you very much. We will leave some floor for debate at the end of the three presentation. Let's go to the rural area close to a city.
Is that working? Can people hear? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, there was actually quite a lot of similarities, so I won't cover all the obstacles that we kind of went through, but just one that kind of stood out to me, maybe particular to this rural area close to a city, was there was kind of quite a bit of debate about not wanting to compromise the sort of the environment that people come there for in the first place, which is to have a bit of the sort of rural countryside natural experience while still, you know, being convenient for the urban centres. So yeah, we kind of talked about if planning processes got less regulated and things like that, people might just start building on agricultural land and then it might lose that character. But I think many of the other obstacles that we discussed in my group, at least, were kind of covered. Oh, actually, one more would be access to good food close by, so kind of local sustainable food. If people are reliant on going into the city, there might not be that many options to get it in the sort of area, more in the rural side of things. I don't know if you had any other obstacles you wanted to add from your group.
What should I?
There.
Well, we started with those obstacles we had, which were working conditions and pandemics, external events and personal life, and we didn't have any time to add to those obstacles, and we tried to formulate recommendations on those ones, and we already had difficulties to prioritize all the suggestions there. But I think one of the interesting compared to the other type of area is water and sustainable energy, where you have the competing uses, where someone mentioned that there's probably the city will prioritize drinking water, and then you have industry, and then agriculture come last. So there should be recommendations on that, how you deal with that, and how to provide the debate on that. What came forward in both groups was that if you look at recommendations, we should we should focus on consultation, collaboration with the current stakeholders, but also focusing on new people coming in. As it is near to the city, there's this potential competition between groups, and you should also facilitate both physical space but also online space for groups to meet and to build new communities there. Could you add?
Yeah. Yeah, so we thought about that through a number of lenses. So in my group, we kind of started off by thinking about, we had a bit of a belligerent sort of established farmer, not mentioning any names in our group, and also a new entrant who wanted to get into farming. And so we started trying to work out ways that they could maybe collaborate together. Maybe the more established farmer might be willing to give up a portion of their land if there were perhaps financial or tax incentives. And also maybe the new entrant could help the more established farmer with things like technology and marketing and things like that. So we thought about it in terms of farming, but then we also thought about other areas that people could get together and meet. So perhaps through new childcare provision for people who are working in the city versus people who are kind of staying in the more rural area. And also then we talked a lot about how the local authorities could collaborate with each other. So maybe the urban ones, the one that we were focusing on, and then the slightly more rural ones as well, in terms of service provision, but also things like planning legislation and the other one would probably be on like supply chains and just getting to know the character of the different types of rural areas that people might come to these places for. Yeah.
Can you elaborate a bit on the access to land?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, we also talked a lot about access to land, and we talked about it in a lot of different ways. But one of the eventual sort of more practical proposals we came up with was maybe that there needed to be, in the same way that there's quite strong sort of zoning and legal or legislation around preserving conservation areas and things like that, that maybe there needed to be similar zoning or regulation around more multifunctional types of land, so whether it's land for agroecology, land for some of the more ecosystem services that we talked about, or also those kind of community spaces, so that, yeah, not all the land in our nice area kind of just gets built up for private housing, for example. So, yeah, that was one of the sort of policy solutions we came up with.
I think that covers it, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that'll do.
Louise, and what is your remote rural area?
Yeah, so we had 2 great groups, and we've kind of combined our findings from both groups to go through the obstacles, and then we'll over and back share the obstacles and the opportunities. So what we did was we themed how there were so many different responses, and some of them have already come up, and I think it's probably because we are talking about a rural space. So there could be another analysis of what are the common themes here, but within each we'll find very specific ones for remote work, the village and the one close to the city. So even though this area wanted the ideal of living in the rural, remote and within the environment, one of the obstacles is this idea of connection, because we still need to connect with people, but in a remote area we're so sparsely separated, or potentially so, it causes issues for transport, for connection, to increase social inclusion, and connection on the point of digital connectivity as well. So while we want to live remotely, we do need that accessibility, whether it be for remote work or for connection for socially. When we talk about connection, the next layer of that is then we need a critical mass. So the theme or the issue is demand. So demand, we need increased population, and how we reconcile that to get that critical structure so we can have transport, so we can have a fibre line into a remote area. And without the critical mass, then it's going to increase cost. So there are a lot of layers to being in a remote rural. Our successor mentioned the idea of inheriting an issue of legacy. The legacy of how the previous family had run the farm, and maybe not viably, or maybe in an area of farming that they didn't agree with, and how did they move out of that? That discussion moved into the idea of remote rural, where it could be a legacy of mindset at a community level. So they may be risk adverse, and how do we help them transition to this idea of sustainable remote living if they are risk adverse or not open to ideas? So legacy has many connotations for us in a remote rural context. Across all of our very nice role model people, there was issues of capital and finance and investment. Whether that was the entrepreneur, whether it was the new entrant who couldn't get finance to buy land, that is such a huge capital cost, or whether it was the farmer who wanted to diversify. So getting access to finance was very important. And a really good discussion emerged around climate change. So sometimes we think of climate change as that thing of where it is just about land, and does that mean I have to diversify to something else? But it transgressed to discuss about the idea of the cost of climate change. What are those mitigation measures? And that might be locally felt, or it could be through our taxes if there are particular abatement costs that are coming through from the EU. So climate change is affecting people in the remote rural on lots of different levels. And if we think about the socio-demographics within a remote rural, if that we already have increased costs of living, other costs from climate change may have a serious impact at a remote level. Bosver, do you want to?
Yeah, I continue with, again, less idyllic issues. As we went through, the different obstacles, we found that there are conflicts around the access to land. It was already discussed, so I don't talk too much about it. But there are also conflicts, or at least differences from the gender perspective. If we focus on farmers, for example, female farmers have different problems and perhaps need different services. And there can be conflicts also linked to the values, to the of course, these values can be local values which should be promoted, but at the same time, there could be, I don't know whether we discussed it already here or 20 minutes ago in the groups, that when different people with different values meet, they have to somehow find ways to live together. And then I think we can turn to the opportunities.
Before I go to the opportunities, this is going to be an opportunity and an obstacle. One of the obstacles, the last ones, was statistics on remote rural. Because it is so far removed and people assume it is such a smaller population, that the type of statistics we need to inform our local authorities or our local action groups, quite often that isn't available, and that can be a major barrier to, even if it's an entrepreneur, how do you know who is within your area that you can sell to, for the farmer who wants to diversify, providing services, etc. So aligned to those, we identified opportunities. The one that underpinned all of the obstacles was this idea of information, and that might be quite unique to remote rural. I know it's maybe mentioned previously, but if we think of the context of remote rural where we're living so sparsely, we don't have that digital connectivity. Information is fundamental. So whether that's the newcomer coming in, how do they know who to go to, what's the local doctor? It won't be local, so where do you go to? How do you travel there? Whether it's the new entrant, where do we find out about farming? For the local authority, where do they meet people to give information? How do we transfer knowledge in a remote rural area? Our entrepreneur was going to be a fantastic mentor, facilitate information with our local authority, with our local action group, but again, nowhere to meet or to create that space so we can offer that opportunities. Synergies and networking, very important for a remote rural area. And networking from the point of view of the established farmer, how do they learn? How do they learn to gather new skills? For the new farmer coming in, how do they learn to what type of farming is within the area? And also for synergies and networking, especially for remote rural in its context. We talk about the opportunities, and the capitals were discussed today in our list from the conceptual framework. When you're in your remote rural, you must, of course, build on opportunities of your existing resources. But remote rural areas will have to capitalise on opportunities outside of its area. And that's probably true of all of our areas. It's to look at those trans-local networks. How can we create synergies, especially if we think about remote working? If we think now that a job can be locationless, then it is those type of networks that we need to look for those opportunities. Using tax, we had an amazing entrepreneur who was happy to be taxed for everything. And we laughed and we joked and we did everything, but it's a very reality that we find ourselves in. So if we want this ideal and we want this dream of remote, how are we going to fund it? So that's something that will have to be reconciled. For the farmer who wants to increase in a remote area, I'm going to grow my business, or the newcomer coming in, where do they get labour for their farms? If we're in a remote rural and we're already sparsely populated, where is the labour market coming from? And that's something that we think is an opportunity for others to think to come into the area and get new entrants onto farms. What else did we have, Buzz, for? What do we think? Mapping of resources as an opportunity to know where we're at.
Yeah, and maybe it's not more an opportunity, but I think also Thomas mentioned as perhaps a recommendation or a step forward is establishing these networks. So initiating interactions between these actors, and room for this or space for this kind of interactions. Yeah, I don't know whether you mentioned the translocal networks,
we
which
think
could
we
be
discussed
important.
that would be an opportunity to develop those translocal networks. And as Phosphor said, it's about getting those actors together. It's about getting stakeholders together in a remote rural area to get those synergies. And it's about creating spaces for those people to come together, especially in remote rural.
And across these areas as well.
Thanks, us, Michelle.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much to all of you, both the facilitator and the participants. I have been taking notes. We might revise it together because I'm not sure. And the keyboard is working horribly. So is there any questions, comments from the audience? Please.
Yeah, when listening to the stories, I remember my situation in a rural area where I'm living, and I think we missed maybe one point. Like if you have the newcomers and the residents, they are not communicating. Why aren't they communicating? If I go to the fireworks, they're drinking alcohol, they're making sexist jokes. It's an environment where I just don't feel comfortable. So there might be good reasons not to communicate. And so the way to get out of it might be to look for the common ground. We're living on different planets. So where's the common ground that that we are sharing? And this is a very specific search to find this common ground in a village community, I think. We had the luck to be threatened by a nuclear waste final site, so that reunited and it broke down really the barriers between the two worlds. So, and this happened 30 years ago, and you still realize that that's a nice atmosphere in our region because we were united in this battle. But where there's not such a project, you need something different, and you need something to overcome this feeling strange among each other, right?
So that was exactly what I thought of when I mentioned interaction. So it's even a question what could be the issue which brings them together. But the first step is somehow to start create a space which is comfortable for all of you, and then start this kind of discussion, and it requires a lot of time, I guess. So, yeah, and especially the newcomers has to be very patient because, yeah, usually they are the guests. But yeah, it's a, and in other, so it emerged also that perhaps it could be assisted somehow. Not necessarily by the local authorities because they are also locals, but yeah, and there can be even, for example, the situation in the areas near the cities when the locals are in minority and they feel that they don't want any more newcomers and new entrants because there are already too much for them. So, I think it's a very important question you raised, and there are no general solutions for it, but safe places for interaction could be the first step, I think. But perhaps others has better ideas, I don't know.
Maybe just to remind that there's a name for the topic you are asking, the kind of the platform or the actor or the process of establishing the common ground. It's called a landing strip, and it's invented by your team, so just to remind.
Is there any other question or comment? Okay, otherwise I would like to thank you once again for your participation. You are also part of the change makers with your contribution. So I would like to invite you then for the lunch. The lunch is at the very end of the corridor on the left, and there we will also hear in 1 hour the histories of our farmers, rural entrepreneurs that have joined us today in Brussels, and we share with us their experience. Thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon again. I think I have already said good afternoon like 5 times. So we are back for our session from practice to policy, and I'm really glad to have this roundtable. I'm with several speakers. I will briefly introduce them. So we have Maria Gafo Gomez Samayoa, who is Deputy Head of Unit at the Directorate General for Agriculture and Rural Development at the European Commission. Her unit is responsible. Her work in the unit is about social inclusion in rural areas, broadband access, and other various rural development programs. And she has a long experience in the European Commission, where she has worked on energy, environment, forestry, and agricultural policy. Her unit follows social issues in our rural areas, such as the population, equality, migration, or human rights. And she has recently participated in the elaboration of the long-term vision for rural areas. Thanks, Maria, for being with us. Then we have also Ursula Butzig, I hope I pronounced it well, who is a senior policy expert at the Rural Pact Support Office. She has expertise and has been working on rural and local development, on the leader approach and evaluation. And for the last 20 years, her responsibilities have involved needs analysis, planning, design, and implementation of rural and local development programs and policies at national and EU level. As one of the founders and members of the board of the Polish Rural Forum, she has initiated activities related to the preparation and implementation of the leader approach, in particular in Poland. Then we have Mr. Babusz Papaionu, who is Policy Officer at the Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture at the European Commission. He is a seconded national expert and a policy officer specialized in youth policy development with a strong background in NGO. He has been members in other largest organizations on youth policy development like the European Youth Forum. Yes, we have Francisco Simoes, who is coordinating as chair of the Cost Action Rural Need on Youth Network, which is funded by the European Commission. Since 2019, he is associate researcher and full member of the Center for Social Research and Intervention. And his main research interests are focused on psychosocial development of adolescents and young adults in rural area, and especially of needs, so those young people not in employment, education, and training. We are missing one policymaker that I know, Wallis Gollins. She had some issues with the emergency issue with her unit. She's head of the project group on the long-term vision for EU rural area in the Directorate General for Regional and Urban Policy. She's a senior expert on urban and territorial issue. She's here, and she's an advisor for urban and territorial development and head of the DG Regio project group on the long-term vision for rural areas. So I know that you have to leave us very soon. Thanks for being here. In any case, I propose to our speakers to debate around 3 main themes. So the first one is to see from their perspective how EU policies are addressing the 2 main focus of our project. On one side, access to land, and on the other side, the change makers that they have identified, the newcomers, new entrants into farming successors, and also with a special focus on young people. I ask also if they can tell us if there are plans or if there are concrete opportunities for synergies among the policies you are dealing with. We have talked a lot these days about the need of concerted action among different levels of policy making, so I'm sure that the audience is very interested to know about that. And then we wanted to know how, from the research point of view, how can we further support the policy-making development if there are specific issues that you expect the research community to help you with supporting the policies that you will have to build. I would like to give the floor to Wallis directly, and then the rest.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. Sorry, I'm a little bit in a rush because I have to manage a crisis in the office. So I'm a bit nervous. I apologize for that. If I speak too long, just let me know. I'm going, first of all, to try to set the European policy scene very, very briefly. As you know, back in June 21, the Commission unveiled its long-term vision for the EU's rural areas under the form of a communication, accompanied by a Commission Rural Action Plan. The vision acknowledged for the need for territorial balance development, and we have, under this communication, put rural areas high on the EU agenda, and we have tried at least to create a momentum to be seized by public authorities at all levels of governance, that is to say, included in the first place the member states themselves, entrepreneurs, associations, local authorities across the Union. Most of our European policies indeed have an impact, direct or indirect, on rural areas. And this is why the very priority topic we have in our mind is to further promote rural proofing of the EU initiatives, including the territorial impact assessment of our legislative proposals. We want to ensure that all relevant policies take into account the needs and the challenges of our rural areas, and notably their territorial impacts. And once more, we would like this to happen not only at EU level, but also at the national level. And therefore, DG Agri has been working with its own networks to push for territorial proofing at national level, and we do so when it comes to territorial impact assessment in DG Regio. Now, there is this very important deliverable in the communication on the long-term vision, which is, as I already referred to, the Commission Rural Action Plan, which is an instrument which allows us to do mainstreaming of rural areas. In this respect, it very well complements what we do on the front of rural proofing. And under the Commission action plans, we have defined 4 blocks of actions, of reinforced actions, to make rural areas stronger, connected, resilient and more prosperous by 2040. And they serve this priority for actions, I would say, to structure the development of our different EU policies, the sectoral policies, beyond CAP, beyond cohesion policy, in order to ensure that synergies happen among all the territorial policies, or at least I should rather say among all the policies which may have an impact, negative or positive, by the way, because there are policies which have naturally a positive impact at territorial level. Now, coming to young people, after having set the scene for this intervention, in our Commission Rural Action Plan, under the pillar of actions for more prosperous rural areas, we are encouraging education, training and employment opportunities for young people in rural areas. And we are monitoring the commitments which are being made there, including those of the member states, to ensure that everyone under the age of 30 receives a good quality offer of employment, continued education or apprenticeship, including in rural areas and in particular in remote rural areas. I was responsible for this policy many years ago, and I can tell you it is a very, very efficient and effective policy. Now, to add up to the priorities which I have already referred to, earlier this year, the Commission, my Directorate General, published a communication on harnessing talents in, or at, I should rather say, European regional level. Make it even clearer that attracting and retaining talented, skillful population in the territories which are most in need is a guiding principle of EU policy. And of course, the main focus of this new communication is all about young people, young talents, constraints to leave their regions. We would like to prevent that sort of demographic, I should not say demographic, but that sort of movement. And this is to be addressed through notably upskilling and reskilling wherever necessary, but essentially by making our rural areas more attractive for people, for young people, to give them access, for instance, to public services, to provide them with decent housing, and so forth. In our communication on talents at regional level, we have included a very practical instrument which is called the Talent Booster Mechanism, which aims at supporting regions which face, I would say, a talent development trap. And under this mechanism, for instance, we have the new initiative, Smart Adaptation of Regions to Demographic Transition, which help regions elaborate new approaches through tailor-made and place-based policy focusing on investments and reforms. So I encourage you very much to consider the proposals of the Commission under this communication when it comes to young people. Now, with regards to the main policy DG Regio is in charge of, cohesion policy, which is one of the main public investment policy at EU level which intervene in rural areas, together, of course, with the common agricultural policy, which my colleagues are going to talk about, which has a dedicated branch to the development of rural areas. So, as you know, it's not a surprise to you, I guess, cohesion policy is a major contributor to the overall territorial development of all the territories of the European Union, including rural areas, and it aims at supporting, in particular in these times, systemic transformation, notably in the less advantaged European regions, through massive long-term structural investments. This is really the core business, the historical mandate of cohesion policy. But cohesion policy now, in the post-2021 context, has been territorialized, and it is strongly embedded in a place-based territorial approach, which stems, by the way, from the subsidiarity principle. As you know, cohesion policy has been placed under shared management, and therefore it allows every country, region, local authority to define its own path for integrated territorial development. And we consider that such territorialization in the access to funding, to EU funding, is essential because rural areas, as you well know, are very diverse. And it is on declining rural areas and those caught in what I call development traps that we need to focus our efforts for integrated transformation, allowing, in particular, this is probably the most important issue at the moment, allowing rural areas to diversify their economic activities and improve access to services, all the more important for their attractiveness. And in this respect, we have set up the new policy objective 5 of cohesion policy, which is all about getting Europe closer to citizens, which was introduced to support all our territories with the type of approach that I have been describing. On top, and over time, of course, we have been adapting and adjusting to the needs at the ground level. Planning beyond administrative boundaries is one example of an increasingly common practice under cohesion policy. And it results, among other things, very encouraging things, at reinforcing urban-rural linkages. And a number of us, and in particular at academic level, but this has now spread to the level of the practitioners, have come to a common understanding that the division between urban and rural areas can no longer be seen as what we call a dichotomy. I mean, the demarcation line between urban and rural areas is vanishing, with a caveat. This is not yet the case, of course, for those very remote rural areas which remain far away from cities, such as in Northern Europe, in some parts of Spain or Italy. And this is why us in DG Regio, together with the World Bank, we are carrying out a pilot project at the moment to operationalize the concept of functional areas and help cross-boundary planning of investments, as well as their funding. The project includes also non-urban functional areas, such as, for instance, the area, sorry for the mispronunciation, of West Ialomița in Romania, which is mostly rural. And at the crossroad of these reflections, by the way, between urban and rural, we consider in DG Regio that it is absolutely essential to underline the role, the specific role of small and medium-sized cities in making rural areas more attractive, in keeping them alive. because these cities, these towns, I should rather say in English, function as social and economic anchor points for the nearby territories, and they are living examples that urban-rural is a continuum in terms of economic and social flows of activities. And by the way, the Committee of the Regions, where we are hosted today, in an opinion adopted last December, stated, I quote, that no blanket distinction between urban and rural areas based solely on a statistical classification should be made. Hence, again, our emphasis on place-based strategies and the encouragements we've been given to our member states and regions managing authorities under cohesion policy to plan territorial development strategy and corresponding EU investment at the functional area level. This is an encouragement so far. I don't know what it will become in the next programming period. Well, by the way, to conclude, I should say as well that there are strong synergies which exist among cohesion policy and the other thematic policies of the European Union, because we are not building a cohesion policy in isolation from what is happening in our area. And at the moment, with policy objective 1 to 4 of cohesion policy, we encapsulate the current priorities of the European Union by promoting the so-called twin transition, green and digital, which is absolutely essential for rural areas as well. And they have access to the corresponding funding, which has been earmarked in this respect through the so-called territorial instruments, but I cannot enter into the technicalities. Now, to conclude, I would like to tell you that I'm absolutely confident that the actions I've been referring to, and those yet to come, by the way, such as the publication of the toolkit on EU funding for the rural areas, to which my DG is working together with DG Agri and the Joint Research Centre of the Commission, will actually spark a true regeneration process in our rural areas, where the youth will play, of course, a pivotal role because they represent the future of our rural areas. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your intervention, which has really given us a very good overview of all the initiatives that are ongoing and coming. I would like to give the floor now to Ms. Maria Gafo Gomez Samayoa.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Good afternoon to everybody. I hope it's not too hard to come from the rural dreams to the policy. It was good that Wallis started. We have indeed in the Common Agricultural Policy one full pillar dealing with rural development, but since Wallis already talked about the rural vision and Ursula is also going to present the Rural Pact, I will concentrate myself on the young farmers issue. And for this, I was looking at some numbers. And you know that the age of the average European is some years younger than me. So I would like to ask you to raise your hands in case you think that the average European farmer is also younger than me. Okay, so nobody raised their hand. There are three options. One is that I look very young. The second is the way I phrase the question. And the third option, which is probably the real, is that we are in this ruralization conference, so we are all aware of this challenge of generational renewal in agriculture. As we are both from the European Commission, Member States, European Parliament, and this is one of the reasons why the Common Agricultural Policy has as one of the objectives generational renewal in agriculture, because this is highly needed. Just to put you one figure, the age of the average farmer is 57 years old. 57 years old. Another number which is quite shocking, only 1 out of 10 farmers is less than 44 years old. And if we are looking to women, we need 20 farmers to have one woman less than 44 years old. I think everybody would agree that we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem, and if we want to ensure the sustainability of agriculture, we need to take it very seriously. We have been trying to put and to support generational renewal in agriculture since a number of common agricultural policies. In the current one, we increase a little bit further the efforts. So we offer to the member states a menu with different plates, and some of them are specific to support the young farmers. So we have, on the one hand, in the direct payments pillar, the possibility to give complementary income support to young farmers. And we have also some specific plates under rural development. In particular, we have the installation aid to young farmers, startups, and then higher co-financing rate for young farmers, on top, of course, of other horizontal actions that could be helpful for them. Why we give this menu and we don't force the countries to do all the same? Because the situation is very different. And I will put you, again, some figures. We have the situation of Austria, which is dealing quite well with the problem. And we have more than 20% of the farmers in Austria that are young farmers. And at the other end, we have the case of Portugal or my own country, Spain, where this number goes down to 6 or 7%. 6 or 7% of the farmers are less than 40 years old. This is why we give this flexibility to the member states, but at the same time, we ask them to explain us how they address this problem. So in the strategic plans of the Common Agricultural Policy, all member states have to explain how they address this issue. And they can refer, of course, to the Common Agricultural Policy as well as to the national sources or other EU funds. And now we just approved the Common Agricultural Policy strategic plans some months ago, and member states started implementing. But in principle, they foresee to have around 8.5 billion of euros in the period 23-27 dedicated to young farmers. Public expenditure, I think this is quite an important figure. And then they foresee to have around 380,000 new young farmers in this period. So let's hope that the efforts go into the good direction. I hope I was not too long, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maria. We will have questions at the end of the presentation, but now I would like to invite Mr. Papaioannou.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting us here. I'm coming from the GF, the youth unit of... again? Yes, thank you. Now it's okay, yeah? Okay, good. So I'm working for the youth unit of DGEC, and we are implementing policies for young people. It is obvious that young people in rural areas is one of our priorities. It is stated very clear in the EU Youth Strategy. The youth strategy is the framework that we are following. And for the present youth strategy is for the period 2019 until 2027. And except the very general framework, there is a specific annex to the youth strategy. It's the European Youth Goals. And over there we have European Youth Goal number 6, which is under the name Moving Rural Youth Forward. And it is the specific target for supporting and also promoting EU youth policy in rural and remote areas. What that means practically, the strategy is the framework. So imagine that as the political document for what the European Commission can do and will do until 2027. Then under the strategy, we have the programs. So for us, it's Erasmus Plus and European Solidarity Corps. These are, and a very new program, Discover EU. So these are the 3 tools that we are using, and we are asking people, civil society organizations, youth stakeholders, universities, education community, and of course youngsters to actively participate. The programs are giving the opportunity to young people to participate in training, exchange of good practices, mobility activities, volunteering, exploring Europe, organizing initiatives in local level, but the most important is to understand the European framework. The programs are active for people aged from 13 to 30, with the possibility of exceptions when we are talking about young people with fewer opportunities or special groups of young people. And in some cases, youngsters coming from remote areas are on this category, and that means that we can accept people and applications from groups that they are not targeting only until 30 years old. Something else which is also important is that this year, and this is also an information for you, this year we have the midterm evaluation of the strategy. So in the next month we're going to open a very big debate in national and European level for points that we are interested to change, topics that we are interested to add, because the strategy is drafted back on 2017-18. It is already a document that is before the pandemic. As you know, the cross line is the pandemic. So we need to update the strategy, and also it is at the same time an opportunity for researchers, for youth stakeholders, for people that they are coming from, people who are coming from the civil society organizations to contribute and to propose new tools, new actions and new priorities and initiatives for young people in rural and remote areas. Finally, I would like to say that probably at the end of in the next I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks, end of April, mid-May, we're going to announce the starting of a research, a study about the conditions of young people in rural areas. Through this study, we're going to explore the topics of lifelong learning, participation, and practically the study is the result of a very practical question. From our statistics, we show that in the most of the actions, in the most of the activities or under Erasmus Plus and European Solidarity Corps, young people from rural areas are absent. Of course we have young people and youth civil society organizations coming from rural and remote areas, but the majority of youngsters participating are with a strong urban background. So through this study we're going to explore why European Union's message for active youth participation, for participation in the implementation of the strategy, why the message is not passing, and why young people are not from rural areas are not participating actively. Maybe it's part of the demographic problem. Maybe it's part of the multipliers problem. Maybe it's a topic connected to other priorities of young people living in rural areas. But in any case, in a year, that means summer 2024, we're going to have the results, and we're going to present to the Council and to the social partners the results and the proposals for a more specific policy, youth policy, based on the programs and the initiatives and the framework of DG EC on young people in rural areas. Finally, I would like to also to mention that in cooperation with the Council of Europe, we are running and we are supporting the EU Council of Europe Youth Partnership, where we have we are organizing a lot of studies, a lot of researches, and a lot of statistics on young people in rural and remote areas. And I would like also to encourage you and to ask you to check the website of the Youth Partnership. It is a common initiative on youth issues, and the rural is a clear priority, and it will be also for the next period. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think now it's the turn of Ursula Wodzic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle. And thanks. Sorry. Thank you very much, and thanks for being here, and also for being here from the beginning and being able to listen to this really impressive range of ideas and results and stories that were presented earlier. And I think were quite encouraging and very much in line with what we're trying to do with the Rural Pact Support Office. We are a small team that is trying to support the implementation of the Rural Pact, which has been mentioned before by Wallis and by Maria, but it's still a little bit of a concept that not everybody understands, and I think that one of the main tasks is to make sure that people get to understand why is it important to have a pact, to have a contribution of different stakeholders to rural development, to the implementation of the long-term vision for rural areas. What we are trying to achieve is, first, that the voice of the rural communities is heard, that the rural people and rural stakeholders have an impact on policies. Secondly, that there is an exchange between the different stakeholders who have something to do with rural areas, and exchange and learning and capacity building. And thirdly, that something happens in practice on the ground, so that people actually and organizations make commitments to move things forward, to change things in rural areas. That's a very broad, let's say, framework of the Rural Pact. But this really is one of the important aspects that we are encountering. We have been set up as a Rural Pact Support Office since January, or let's say December last year, is that there's still a need to explain to people what it means and why it is important for the different actors to cooperate. Coming from a civil society background myself, I'm quite happy that so much is being said about this need of bringing together different policies. Because we were always saying, rural civil society organizations, we were saying there's either the straightforward agriculture policy, or there's a policy that deals with other aspects, and then the rural areas are somewhere in between, and they always fall in between the cracks. Now, I think that the Rural Pact is a method to fill those cracks and to bring the different policies together to have a real impact on rural areas. So that is basically what we're trying to do. So we don't represent a single EU policy, but we represent the intention of the different DGs, Directors General, and different policies to work together for rural development. And I think that we're looking for those different ways that synergies can be achieved by organizing events, exchange of good practices. Many of the things that I heard today that would be perfect examples of good practices, or examples of practices that we will share in our events, in webinars, and in policy labs. We're also trying to work with the policymakers from different policies, but in fact to inspire them and to show how things can happen on the ground. I think that at the EU level, as we've heard here, the different Directors General are already working together. That is not always the case, I think, yet in the national context and at the regional and the local context. So there's still a lot of practical explanation and convincing people and awareness raising for this to happen on the ground, and that's what we are trying to do. So I'm happy to have heard all these different ideas. I would say it's very relevant for the young people. When we talk about the voice of the rural communities, there are all the different types of stakeholders. The young people have to have a say in what the policies that concern youth and the rural young people in particular. The same for farmers. Access to land involves a lot of stakeholders, and the need to bring them all together and give the farmers also a say on how the decisions are made. So this is just an example of what we are trying. We have this several thousand of different types of stakeholders who have already joined or are going to be joining the Rural Pact community. There are farmers' organizations, there are consumer organizations, SMEs, the classical, let's say, rural NGOs. A very important stakeholder is the leader community, leaders, CLLD, local action groups. So it's a big challenge for us to try to bring all these actors together and make them exchange and become change makers on the ground in rural areas. Basically, that's what we're trying to do.
Great, thank you very much, Ursula. So last but not least, Professor Simoes.
Okay. Thank you. So thank you for inviting me to be here. From the beginning, I'm trying to fit in this discussion because I'm not a policy officer. I'm not a young farmer. I'm not a researcher on farming. I have a background in social psychology, clearly one with identity problems here. So I think my task will be mostly to bring a bit the voice of the most marginalizing people in rural areas from the research perspective, although I think it is easy for you to expect that I will try to, or that I will sum up several different figures and several different findings which are well known. So probably we'll skip that in terms of youth unemployment, the rates of young people not in employment or education or training. It might be interesting, although, to mention some trends that a few studies are finding in terms of sense of belongingness of young people to these areas, or something that was already highlighted this morning in terms of the gender disparities in the access to the labor market. But I would much prefer to very briefly explain why our cost action, the Rural Need Youth Network, exists. It does exist, and it has an intersection with farming and the rural development sector, because several years ago in Portugal, I'm based in Portugal. My region does not fit any of your cards, I'm sorry to say. It's a very, very, very remote area. I'm from the Azores Islands. So an outermost region of the European Union. But during the 2008 economic crisis, there was this, I was working in an NGO, and one day, 4 young people that we knew for a long time addressed us and said, the organization has lots of fields around, and you're not using it. Can we try? They were not farmers at all. They had no experience. So for 6 months they made this experience. They tried. They concluded that they needed more support, technical support, although they were extensively mentored in their desire to become farmers. But that made us think about how this intersection between social inclusion of young people and their needs and the farming sector could produce new knowledge, because in fact we did not know how this could intersect, and that was the origin at the national level of several intervention projects locally in the islands and then in other areas of the country. And then it did inspire the Rural Need Youth Network, which was created in 2019. Michelle is also a member of our action. From then on, we tried to identify what are the main challenges faced by the most marginalized young people in rural areas, different areas. One thing that I would like to highlight is that it is really clear that this is a structural program, especially in the East and in the South. The rates of young people in this condition are much higher in these countries compared to those in the north and in the west of the continent. And we did see that the impact of the pandemic was different in these areas, although in fact the amount of policies, the number of policies that addressed this issue after the pandemic were quite successful, I would say, probably in an unexpected way. But the rates came down slower in these countries, and in some of these countries, of course, the rates of needs are still higher than the EU average. In terms of contributions to this discussion and the intersection between research and policy, and of course how rural policies can affect positively young people, especially those that have greater social inclusion needs, I would say that it was quite refreshing to hear the discussions today, because the data from the field and the experience from the field reflect 3 words: coordination, coordination, and coordination. What we do see from the different stakeholders at the local level, at the national level, it's we see that there are needs at two different levels of coordination: vertical coordination between European, national, and regional policies, and then at the regional level, when we look at this intersection between young people and rural development, we do see that the regions do struggle to find the right balance and the right way to mix training opportunities with opportunities, economic opportunities, including in the farming sector, and then young people's expectations. So this triangle, I would say, is one of the main issues that we need to address in terms of policy coordination. And this also means that other strategic young people, youth policies, such as the Youth Guarantee, the new Youth Guarantee, do need to be in line with these perspectives for young people, for rural young people in rural areas. Something else that I would would like to highlight are a set of questions that our network has raised. We have mostly raised new questions that we would like to see addressed in the near future in terms of research, in producing knowledge for policymakers, but also for practitioners. One that is really intriguing us is the fact that we are finding some trends in public data, in Eurostat data, showing that certainly due to territorial criteria, we do see an increase of rural young people aged 15 to 29 in some countries, opposite to others. For instance, in Denmark, in France, in Italy, we do see an increase for the past 10 years of young people in these areas, possibly though in those areas closer to urban areas, compared to east countries such as Estonia or Poland, or even in the south of Greece, that do show a different trend. So that's something that we would like to understand. We would like to understand more how newcomers, if this is a trend associated only to newcomers, if we are seeing new movements of people in terms of young people returning to their own origins, and also how this is changing the ethos of the rural communities. And this morning there was some discussion on how to fit in different values and how to connect these values, which most of the times put in confront younger generations with older generations that do dominate the resources locally, from policy resources to economic resources. So that's something that this is a trend that should be on the radar and that should be better understood. Of course, more knowledge is needed about social innovation in rural areas. Of course, ruralization is an important and massive contribution for that. But I would say that other types of innovations are needed. I think that someone mentioned during the discussion the need for a systemization of best practices, kind of a hub that we would really know that those practices are the best ones to be disseminated or to be known across Europe. I think that's really needed. And of course, we do need to know who are the people, and we had this discussion last week in a joint meeting between your project and the Rural Youth Network, who are the social innovators, who is pushing the button, what is the profile of these young people that come to the communities and change for better the situation of rural regions. And finally, I would say that another field of research that we really need to understand in this intersection between the prospects for young people and rural development is the development of ethical and socially driven farming. Because as you know, the most marginalized young people are not, by definition or by default, the sons and daughters of farmers. They're coming outside the sector and they're in the communities. And sometimes this combination between social inclusion of young people and a future in farming is not straightforward. So it is interesting to know more about initiatives that have in farming that have this ethos of trying to include young people, trying to include the younger generations, especially those that are in the margins. In summary, I would say that the policy framework that was designed here is pretty much aligned with the data that we have from the last 5 years, and this need of coordination, both vertically and horizontally between sectors, is the bigger need to promote young people's inclusion in rural areas. Thank you, Michel.
Thank you very much to all the speakers. I think it has really been inspiring, and I suppose we have questions among the public. No question? I have questions for you, but okay. So I have actually, one question for each of us. So maybe we start with Maria, because today we had a presentation on the analysis of CAP that has been done within the project, and one insight was about a kind of conservative attitude of both the managing authority and maybe I would say like traditional practices and the same beneficiaries that come to be financed. And I wanted to know if you have also observed this from your perspective, and if this is an issue that you are thinking of or addressing somehow to facilitate this regeneration also in the way policy is managed.
Yes, thanks, Michelle. As I said at the beginning, this is not the first time that the CAP is dealing with this issue, because it's a very well-known challenge. I think one novelty compared to other CAPs is that now we are asking the countries to tell us what they want to do, not only in the CAP, but with other policies and funds, etc. And I think this makes a link to what the professor from Portugal has just presented, this need of coordination. Why? Because if we look, what are the challenges, the difficulties to ensure this generational renewal in agricultural and rural areas? If you think about one or two, I think we will coincide: access to land, access to credit, maybe access to housing. These things, sometimes we have some possibilities to contribute at EU level, but for example, on access to land, it is in the hands of the member states. So this is why it is impossible just to address this problem only from the EU angle, and we need this wider perspective that at least now we have some further knowledge in the common agricultural policy. I would put another element in the table, which is this reputation. So the reputation of agriculture and rural areas, I think it is really important. So in order to have people, young people that want to stay in rural areas, that want to work in agriculture, they need to have a good perception on this. And for a long time, the people in rural areas were educated just to live and to go away. I like very much this presentation of the rural dreams, because I think it's very important that the young people have dreams in rural areas and dreams in agriculture, both rural people and people in cities, because we see also now with the pandemic that the people started thinking about how to have better quality of life, and we see people from the cities also that decided to move to rural areas. I would like just to present also some examples of rural dreams financed by LEADER or projects that address these issues. So LEADER, as you know, is this local development, so it's a bottom-up. It's a tool from the European Union, but finally it's coming from the territory because, of course, it is the people in the territory that knows better the needs. And, for example, there is a project in Sweden to encourage entrepreneurship among women. So they provide some training, some networking, etc. And this lasted for 3 years. And I think there was a very good networking between the participants and very high also entrepreneurship as an outcome. Another project that I like very much is one project in Poland, which is called the Flavors of, impossible to pronounce the name of that region. But basically what they do is that they put together the old people and the children. So it's in particular old women that tell to the children recipes from the local cuisine, so that they make a link with the kids with the flavors of that area and make them proud of this area. And just to finish with another example, which is not about perception, but it is about one challenge also affecting a lot of rural areas and our society more and more, which is this unwanted loneliness. That unfortunately is very common in rural areas and in agriculture. And this project is from Spain. It's called Viernes, Friday in English. And it's a project, Friday, as you know, is the friend of Robinson Crusoe. So basically it's a project to address this unwanted loneliness. So what is important, I think, is not to look just from the little corner of the complementary income support from young farmers in the CAP, but to try to have the wider perspective. And I don't know, I think I am more optimistic, and I really hope that in this case the CAP will further improve and help to realize a lot of rural dreams of young people. Thanks.
Thank you, Maria. So we'll try to be fast so that... there is a question from the audience. Great.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Angelika Putt-Mögele. I'm the Secretary General of the Greens Group here in the European Committee of the Regions, and I'm sorry I only attend this session in the afternoon, but I think it's extremely interesting. I was just wondering, maybe it has been addressed earlier and I missed it, and I apologize for that, but has it been also addressed whether rural areas are areas to host or to welcome foreigners or migrants, and that they can play an active role? Because we are all aware that rural areas experience, at least in many countries, depopulation. And one of the possibilities could be, and there are examples, as we know, from rural areas who promote themselves to welcome foreigners. And unfortunately, Wallis has left already. I very much appreciated her intervention. I was just puzzled by one comment she made, or one statement she made, saying that we want to keep young people in rural areas. I think this is not necessarily what we experience. I think young people should be encouraged to go out and programs like Erasmus, etc., mobilize and encourage people young people to leave and make experience. But what is important is to provide incentives to come back with all the experience they gain abroad, and to benefit and to use all the additional knowledge that they acquired abroad. So I think, at least I would not promote young people to stay in rural areas only. Thank you. Of course, those who want, they should stay, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the intervention. I don't know if anyone from the consortium wants to answer.
Yes, I can say something. I'm Titus Bonner, and I coordinated the last worker package about the policy conclusions. We have at least one case study in South Finland, I think, which is explicitly about refugees and integrating refugees. Also, I think in the Italian case studies, they work with them. We didn't treat them as a separate group to focus on, but I think basically our findings apply on welcoming refugees as they apply on welcoming newcomers. It's just a part. They are a part of newcomers, make a part of the population, basically. And maybe the cultural gap is a bit wider even, but we have this basic cultural gap between the newcomers and the local residents anyway, and we understood it anyway as a cultural phenomenon to welcome newcomers in a form of migration, maybe. So it's a gradual difference, and I think the basic conclusions apply on refugees.
just on that note on the migrants, as Tisha's mentioned, we didn't look at them specifically, but we did look at newcomers as a kind of a boundary around that. But it was mentioned earlier, and Tisha's group actually mentioned this thing about a landing strip. So it is about having this welcoming and how we create spaces so that they are integrated, that we get that social inclusion, that territorial cohesion and that cultural diversity. And I think that came out in many case studies, even for the newcomers for remote working, moving from a remote, really remote rural or from the urban into the rural. How do you get that in? And how do we embed them into the communities so that there is community regeneration? Because you can live within these environments and not contribute to the existing community. So there's a lot of layers to it. But of course, migrants, as Tisha said, came up in different areas. But it is about that landing strip and about having that space and creating those spaces for that integration.
Okay, then I will make my last question to Ursula only because we are running out of time, and I was very curious about the subscribers of the Rural Pact. You have organizations from urban areas as well.
Yes, thanks a lot. Actually, it's a very good point. The whole principle of the Rural Pact starts with the idea that rural areas are important for everybody in Europe. Rural areas are not just important for the rural inhabitants. They are important for all of us. So yes, indeed, we do have, well, not a huge amount, but we do have some stakeholders from urban areas who are aware of the importance of linking with rural areas and the urban-rural linkages, and the contribution of rural areas to health, environment, everything else that's important for our lives. Definitely.
I'm glad to hear that, because I think it is important that urban and rural areas work together for regeneration, rural regeneration. If there are no other questions from the audience, I would like to thank you once again for your participation. That's been very interesting. If you'd like to stay, we will have now the conclusion session. So we have our great witnesses, who are Kim Graham for Shared Assets and Dirk Madriles, who is an organic farmer and agronomist. So they have been listening to us and taking notes and drawing conclusion, and they will share it with us now. So I will invite you to join us on the floor.
Okay. Hi everyone. Thanks to all the speakers and everybody today. It's been even though I know this project well for 4 years, it's been a great day of listening to everything that's happened and reminded us how much work we've done together. So thank you for everyone who spoke already. Obviously, there's a huge amount to summarise, not even just from today, but from the 4 years that we've been doing this project. So I'm going to focus on 3 themes in particular that speak to my experience of the project, both today and across the 4 years of it. So the first theme is really around connection. And I think lots of people spoke about that in different ways today. As a partner from the UK, it's been a bit of a funny experience being in this project over this time period. But I have to say it's been amazing to come and hear the experiences of lots of different people and communities who are in very different contexts, but often have quite similar struggles and are coming up with creative solutions to find their way through them. So that's been something that I found really inspiring. And I know, yeah, people talked about it today in terms of the actual work in rural communities as well, from Maura talking about interlinkages, from Anna Maria and Sylvia talking about new communal forms of farming. So I think this is like a thread of the importance of connection that's kind of woven through the whole project. And I know for myself and the other Access to Land partners, we're already thinking about ways to keep working together and take some of that concerted action that Thomas talked about this morning. So, yeah, that's the first theme. The second thing that I wanted to talk about, and something that I've really valued about this project, is how access to land has been a fundamental priority of it. And, you know, I don't really think I have to tell the people in this room, but we all know that land is fundamental to life, to health, to our culture, to our spirituality. But many of us have been, through various different histories, alienated or dispossessed from our connection to the land in that deep way. And as Nora and Alice spoke about, unfortunately, the situation remains that land ownership in particular is very concentrated. So, yeah, many people today still are facing that dispossession from the land. So we need significant shifts in terms of resources and power and the land itself, so that people from all backgrounds can have that deep connection with the land again. And I think we don't want to shy away from the difficult conversations that need to happen around that in terms of historic and ongoing structural inequalities. We've heard a bit about the issues that women today face in terms of access to land, but I think we need to go much further than that as well and think about migrants and refugees were just mentioned, but also thinking about wealth inequality, racism, and all other types of structural inequality as well. So, I'd kind of ask everyone here to think about the ways in which all of us in our lives and work can kind of continue with that work to redistribute power and land, so that everyone can have that deeper connection with the land, and that the land becomes more of a common good and less of a commodity than it is currently. And finally, the third theme that I think has been a strong one in this project is the importance of vision. And what I've really appreciated about ruralisation right from the start is that it's explicitly made space for dreaming and for imagination. I mean, you only have to think about all of the work plan for work that was done that Thomas spoke about this morning. And I think with so many different crises that we're facing and that we're constantly kind of bombarded with, it's essential for us to have this space to collectively think of a vision and a dream together, so that we don't individually get kind of overwhelmed by all these different problems that we're facing. And I also think it's not just a sort of utopian exercise. I think it gives us a clear plan of where we're trying to get to. And especially for young people, I think I started this project in that category and now I've kind of moved up. But if I can hang on to my 28-year-old self who started this, it's sometimes even hard to think of having like a positive future in the world in general, but I'm sure also in rural areas and for particular reasons. So I think having a clear vision that you dream about is something that you can then work back from to take more practical steps in the day-to-day. And I also think it allows us to lift our heads from the everyday stuff that we're doing and think, going back to what sort of Robert and Alice said again, like to be courageous and to be radical and not just think, oh, we'll never be able to achieve this by next week or next month or next year, but to think, well, what would we actually like to see in 20 years' time or 30 years' time? And I think something that this project's done really well and that we've heard lots about today is that the solutions are already out there. We have the practices, we have the motivation. And I think really by working together that we can get to these thriving rural futures that we all want to see. So I think I'll leave it there. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Listening to your words, I think our role today is to bring all this awareness and knowledge to the ground. Mm-hmm. So I'm not part of the Ruralization project, but I was once attending a meeting in Freiburg of the Access to Land network. And I remember that we were discussing how to define the different profiles of people beginning to farm as successors or new entrants. And it was not easy to define, but I think at least one of the results of your great work this year in the Ruralization project is that now everybody knows who are the different profiles that are entering the agricultural sector. In my case, I also have a little self-identity problem because I was once a newcomer. Later I became a new entrant into farming. Then I realized that, in fact, I did an indirect farm succession. And now I'm not longer a young farmer. Although I'm under the 57 years average age of farmers in Europe. Okay, I have some good news. For example, we have studied some regions in Catalonia through a little organization regarding generational renewal. We have found that in the last 5 years, people without a familiar background in the agricultural sector are up to 70% of new entrants to the sector. We also have seen an increasing in the number of women, because the gender perspective is very interesting to follow. And they have increased from 25% to 30% of all farming persons in these regions are female. And what is even more interesting, that of that 70% of new farmers or new peasantry, 50% are women. So that means that agriculture in the future will go ahead giving women the role that they dare. So what else? I'm always interested in words and the meaning of words, because this is how we build reality, how we build values, and how we connect different persons from different areas and realities. I've liked very much when you were speaking the difference between decline and regeneration. And regeneration is a word play from generational renewal. So yes, if we want to renew the ideas and the realities and face the challenges in rural areas, we have to build or invent new, really creative ideas, creative solutions, and that is what we call nowadays regeneration. Second one, we have to build new narratives, because if we don't imagine a future, we aren't able to create that future. So it's very important that all this knowledge concentrated in this project is able to go down to farmers, to women, to less privileged people in rural areas, and to give them hope that there are people that is studying, making research, policies that are made of good intentions and good ideas, but one is lasting, to connect the intentions with the realities. And part of that way to connect with rural societies is to hear their voice and create new narratives of the rural spaces. Top 3, coordination, 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 but local approaches for global issues. Somebody said it is more difficult to set up the opportunity than to identify the opportunity. That's very correct. This means that here all we are experts from one or the other side surrounding the agricultural or farming sector and the ruralities. But we have to do our best to apply that knowledge into practice. So, okay, we are able here in Brussels or in Barcelona or in Rome to look after the disadvantages, the problems, the issues, but we also have to spend at least the same time to try to find the way to put that measures into practice. Definitions of profiles. Okay, I have a self-identity problem, but I'm very okay with that. So we have achieved to understand that the rural reality is very complex, and we can be remote or near to the city, or be a traditional farm successor or a newcomer. It doesn't matter. All are part of the rural environment, so we have to tackle and to supply the solutions for all their needs that are different from the traditional profile, for example, than for a newcomer that starts farming. What are the main challenges I see or we see from our organization? They are all in the same direction as you have exposed today. The access to land is maybe the first issue. And I'm not I not agree with you from Spain in Brussels, because I think if nobody rules or regulates the land ownership and land or use of land, then nobody does. This means there is no regulation on EU level, or national level, or regional level, or local level. So then it's only money who regulates the land ownership. So this is something we have to explore from all places. New business models. I think we all have stated that this new peasantry, this new form to do agriculture is very complex, very diverse. We are able to see very good experiences all over Europe. And I think we have to look after these business models that were related to tourism, to quality, to food labels, to certifications, as the way we have went until today, but maybe we have to change the approaches of what we understand for future business models in agriculture or in rural areas. Because we need to have a voice, and we are able to, for example, start new business models that are dealing with governance, with power structure. We always say that is that strange relation between urban and rural societies. Somebody said it is grayscale zone. I think it is a very colored zone. So we have complexities, issues and opportunities to transform the way we start businesses in rural areas as a contribution to overall governance and social engaged businesses. But there are, well, we are facing three crises together. It is the climate crisis nowadays, the inflation or higher costs, and the war. And that raises for me some key questions that I think could help you to design how you continue on your work regarding rural areas and farming. Because how has impacted the cost of living crisis the newcomers or the farmers? Maybe there is no difference if they are new entrants or traditional, because all are affected equal or not. That's a question to make research on. Or, for example, the use of land. We are facing a time where the function of producing food is being displaced to the third or fourth position. But we farmers, we only know to farm for producing food. But we cannot compete with placing energetic facilities in the rural landscape. We cannot compete with the kind of gentrification that has brought COVID to our rural areas, where so much people coming from the cities have moved into rural areas and have made a big issue, the issue of housing for the local farmers. So there are some things that maybe in 5 years we will see a different evolution from what has happened in the past 5 years. And I encourage you a lot to continue on working and helping this rural wisdom and rural areas to develop further. Thank you very much.
All good things come to an end, so even this conference. We have heard quite a lot. I mean, this project was thought about the idea that if we go to the past development of rural areas, follow the mega trends, it will be quite a depressing kind of work. So that was not our choice. We was choice looking about promising practices, weak signals, ask for the dreams of the youth themselves, and based on that, build our project. And I think that worked quite well. And we also, the idea also was that we found also make a specific priority last year to make our policy assessment, policy recommendations in order to make it fit for people to use. And of course, you always can say things can go better, but I think we did quite well. I'm quite proud on everything we contributed, so I'm happy. One of the things also I not mentioned, but you was mentioning the access to land. I was also happy to coordinate the issues of the regulations. There were no regulations in none of the member states of having access to land for new farmers. That was not there. I mean, we have asked experts in all countries, and they didn't come with anything. I mean, maybe they were not expert enough, but we didn't find it. And of course, the market is the strongest players are there, and that's usually not the new entrants. So that was, and the positive side, of course, we had this access to land partners who were showing, and all those matters, this new forms we find, leaves the idea of how to scale this up. We find quite of positive examples. We didn't find the silver bullet, which you can do it at once, but how to find it, and that is the nice target there will be after we have closed this. I will keep it short, so I want to thank everyone who contributed to this, and I want especially ask Michelle and her team, Tamara, Malena, I don't know why actually who have contributed to it, and give you a heart for organizing. Okay. Okay, and I think that's it. Yeah, we're clear, we're finished. Thank you all, and well home.